There. I think that's about where I want it. Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning.
All right.
Start our meeting.
Yeah.
I should. This year was been good. Yeah. All righty. What do we got going on today? Anything?
I got something for you
Okay.
before we get started.
All right.
Got an email about you and your crew. So I'll just go ahead and read it to you. It says, "Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the Bern Apostolic Christian Church, we would like to extend our thankfulness and appreciation to you for your continued efforts in maintaining a good road for us to access our church. We realize it has taken ongoing effort and expense on your part, as well as the entire road and bridge crew, to keep the road safe and convenient. Once again, thank you so much for your efforts, and God bless you." The Bern Apostolic Christian Church, Richard Meyer, Mike Roki, Christian.
Thank you.
So if you want to hang out and shop, you will.
Well done. There you go. I'll start off. I'm doing good.
Now where's the bad news?
Yeah. No, there's no bad news. I'm good.
Did we steal that this year?
Yeah.
I thought I was on it since then and I couldn't remember. Sure, yeah.
We did that.
It's pretty good shape.
Oh, yeah.
We did,
Yep. So, like I said, you just got the guys, they finished rocking the log chamber. They got that all done last week. And then they moved up to Oak Grove Road up here where kind of like where Keith Kramer lives. There's 3 miles in there. I like to get rock solid. And then we're just gonna move around and do some road that need it. So, we just had, the blade operators. I got a couple of them driving trucks. The other ones are out doing ditch work or blading. So, anyways,
So that, excuse me, that you're putting down now, you probably swap that on the side. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
blade
Yeah, they
behind them and, yeah.
yeah, they tight blade it off
Yeah.
because it's just it's so dry.
You're gonna charge power if you.
Oh yeah, I told all of them to tight blade it.
I wish they, some township road, just get that rock off the road. And
I had a conversation this weekend about grading the roads
Mhm.
before harvest or during harvest.
Oh yeah. Oh, because it's too dusty.
Dusty and then the mad is tearing up the tires.
Oh,
And wait a week.
no, we waited all summer. Kind of, that's the thing. They need to be good, but, yeah. Really.
They told me it's good for my business, but But yeah, he just wanted to make sure that, I don't know, maybe he could understand if it needed rain
Right. Oh, I never
or
noticed
something.
that.
I mean, it's one of those things you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
It's pretty dry to be great road, but
It is.
you have to do something.
Yeah. I mean, so, which
Well,
a lot of them are just, they're, just got in the trucks and stuff.
I think there's data that suggests, speed on those roads makes a big difference. If you slow down, it's a lot easier on a tire.
I'm sure.
I drove through Pot County the other day, and they got signs up now that says they got a maximum speed limit of 40 on all unposted roads.
Really?
Hard surface?
On all unposted roads.
You mean
Gravel roads. yeah.
Gravel roads, anything, they got speed limit sign on maximum speed of 40.
I'm where you sit.
Well, unmarked blacktop,
Yeah.
I think unmarked rock roads is 45. I think is the state law.
See, I don't know if they passed a resolution changing them all to 40 or what.
Yeah.
No, it's not bad.
Because they will find out this fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see. The road and bridge side is pretty, just on rock and like I said, dragging pretty quiet. I brought a load of iron over the Smitty's there last week. Got $1,045 for that load. So, and just that scrap iron, there's barely a dent in that pile back there. So that's kind of what I did, loaded up a load of that. And, let's see what else. Just road and bridge sides.
Routine stuff.
Yeah. So you got anything on? I do have to go look at a bridge. Like your brother, Mary, not Mary, Mary, but your uncle. He called about a bridge on Sea Road that it looks like it needs. I need to go down there and block it off when I'm down here. So like the one that's falling in a way it sounds. So. Mm-hmm. And then Jim Fisher, he's right. Jim Fisher used to work for NRCS.
Bob.
Or Bob. Anyways, he said a 4'2". We did the math already. Let Greg Peters know that a 4'2" would fix it. So we might just put 2 in there.
So Bob figured that out more than once
Yeah.
over his career.
Yeah. So anyways, he said a 4'2" to handle the water out of there. So might just rip that bridge out and put 2 back in.
Sounds a lot cheaper.
Yeah, quicker too. So then like the bridge crew, they're still working on that down there at Ron Hines.
Did you guys, old 75 north of Sebastian, you know where Bill Kent lives? He'd be north there, 3 miles.
Okay.
Was that 184?
Or 100.
In Berwick Township. Let's see, we are on X Road. Bill Kent, so it'd be 224th and X.
Oh, yeah.
Did you fix a place there on the east side? He said something to me at church the other day, and I can't remember for the life of me whether he said that got fixed or it didn't.
It got fixed. It should have. Yeah.
Okay.
I told them guys that day they were up there, they fixed. I told them to dip that out. You brought that up about wanting that little box cleaned out right there.
Right,
So
on the east side.
Yep.
Well, they want to go north and then to the road.
Yep.
It's been running down across his field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'll email him and find out.
Yeah, it should have. You know, I went out there the other day and I freaking, to
Yeah.
be honest, I guess I didn't even look, I guess, because I was gonna go back over that low water crossing. That got fixed. Well, and then this big tube up here, we had to block it off. Right now, we got a hole in it or something we gotta get fixed. So I got that one.
On the low water crossing?
The low water crossing got fixed.
What'd you do to that?
Brought riprap back in and packed it up underneath there again. So, well, they had that 8-inch rain up there and washed it all out. So we got that one done. Well, then we went over and fixed that big tube. Well, now there must be a hole in it because it's got a big cavity in there. So, anyways, when they're done with this bridge down here, I'm gonna have to pull them off and just kind of go around and fix these things. Like the rotting houses bottom and stuff like that. Just get that stuff kind of cleaned up.
That low water crossing, they built a dam above that
Oh, yeah?
and put a circle in there, a pretty big one, I think. So I'm hoping maybe, how many times have we fixed that low water crossing?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody here in this room can count that high.
Yeah,
But I'm hoping maybe that will help that. It should,
it should.
although
8 inches of rain.
when you get a lot of water like that, it doesn't matter what you do, there's still water gonna come down there, but anyhow.
But, yeah, so, but like I said, we got quite a few of them little boxes and stuff. Carol Plattner's, that needs a wing put on it. Just, we tried to fix it and then the wing fell off. So now we just need to put an actual piling wing in there and all it good.
That on, old 75 South, Pat did that, I think, was that him on the
Yep,
long corner
yep.
down there, it's all him there, that looks great.
Yeah.
He did that on our neighbor's side there too,
Yeah. Just,
It was worse on that
Yeah.
side than our side, so I was glad to see it done.
Yep, he did that there.
Is that down that, well, just north of the 4 Mile corner? I mean, that ditch was,
Didn't.
you know, that wide and that deep there in one place.
Mhm.
It was,
Yep, you got that down. Alrighty, anything else on, you guys got anything? On the roads and bridges?
I'll probably call you next week, we'll go out,
Oh, on,
get a hold of Kramer.
okay, that'd be
I
fine.
should have a little bit more time this week, so.
Yep, that'll work. All right, out there at the landfill, the baler, I got it fixed on, I think it was Thursday or Wednesday, whatever day it was, but he had to spend 2 days here before the parts got here. The part that they sent wasn't the one he needed,
of course.
of course. And so we needed a little motherboard switch. It was only $400 that switch. But his labor is gonna probably be, that's the problem. And he had to be the one to put it in and program it. So, coming to that, that's where I was like, thinking we need to maybe increase the prices out there a little bit, just to cover our costs of stuff. You know,
I'm all for it.
we're not gonna go crazy, but,
So what are you talking, increase what prices?
the trash and the C and D.
Both, okay.
Mhm.
I mean, well, I was just thinking recycling.
Right, well, that's
We can't, yeah, right. We can't raise that price. We
Right.
don't have a price, yeah.
right. But I'm talking on the trash side, you know, we still have repairs and stuff out there, and fuel's getting higher, and, you know, it's just, I wanna, just the C and D, I'd like to increase from, right now it's 35 in county, and it's 45 out of county, okay? I wanna just raise it to 40 and 50. So it's $5 a ton.
C and D. Up $5.
Mm-hmm. And last year, the total tons for C and D was 975 tons. All right, so it'll be roughly 5,000. Well, we're gonna be, right now, currently, with 3 months left, we're at 850. So we're gonna surpass that this year,
So you roughly ran about 5,000 next year for that.
5 to 6,000 on that. The trash, we did almost 3,200 tons last year. And right now, we're at 2,100 with 3 months left. And I'd like to jump it $7 a ton, from 53 to 60, and then 63 to 70, you know, in the county out. But, currently, the trash is a 400-pound minimum for $10. I'd like to drop it down to 300 pounds minimum and leave it at $10. So anything over that, then we'll start getting charged extra. And then the demo, we'd probably leave 1,000 pounds at 20. So, okay, I mean, is that something, at least,
On your demo, would you say that last one on the demo?
$20?
They probably, how long has it been since they raised it down there? Last week?
Well, I mean, yeah,
They did
they haven't really raised it too much, yet, but they're putting surcharges
Charges on.
and on every load, and I mean,
Yeah.
we're eating that, and our fuel's not any cheaper, and our repairs aren't any cheaper. We're gonna have to
Yeah, they,
do, I mean, I don't think it's gonna, I mean, it'll increase our revenue out there a little bit, you know, but some.
But
Well,
your
what-
expenses have went up quite
Yeah,
a
the
bit.
expenses have went up.
what do they call it down there? Tipping fee, isn't it?
I don't know.
Isn't that what they, isn't that the line item, tipping fee?
Uh,
I'm seeing
Yeah.
that, environmental fee?
Oh,
or-
yeah, it's like every load of rock, you get $10 environmental. And it's almost $1 a ton, 50 cents a ton on the truck, so. We
I don't
can,
have a problem with it, I mean, we gotta cover some of these expenses.
but
What about your
If not, we're gonna have to raise the mill levy.
What about your minimum fee for houses?
And that's the houses, I'd like to go to just half price at least. So instead of just getting a house for $500, no matter how big it is, whatever it is, you weigh it all and you charge them at least half price.
So you wanna do, you weigh it all out and half price would be 40, or instead of 40 a ton, half price is 20 a ton on the house.
Yes, or, well, yeah, or whatever the house, if the house break, if the house is $3,000 to dispose of out there, we charge them $1,500. If it
Right now,
costs,
you're getting $500.
right now, we're getting $500, but a $500 minimum, no matter what,
I think you need to put a timeline on that too.
and 30 days from start.
I like that.
And that's probably, that's a good idea, split it with them, because on my house, as an example, I think
Just bumping through
kind of
that.
push that back and probably won't do anything with it until I get the grain out of the field. But I think 60 tons, I think it was.
Mhm.
So
It was about
if
3 grand.
somebody's got a small house, you know, they can get by for nothing on that. So
Well, it's gonna be a 500 minimum, no matter what.
Right, I see.
500 minimum, and then anything above that, say 50%.
So there's no reason why we can't make that change anytime we so
Right,
desire.
you either make it now, or you could wait and make it the first year, but if you do it now, we'll just have to, when we do the reorg, we'll update this in that document as well.
Do you want to do it first of the year, so then, or do you want to do it now?
I have no problem doing it now. We seem to have enough going on the first few years.
Okay.
I might have to have you repeat those prices again. Sorry.
Okay, all right,
Okay, so for trash, you want to decrease the minimum to 300,
300 pounds,
it'll still be $10,
and the demo, 1,000 for 20,
okay?
okay? And then on the C and D, increase from 35 to 40
I have that
in county,
right there,
Yeah.
from 35 to 40, okay,
and out of county, 45 to 50.
got it,
Trash, 53 to 60 in county.
Okay.
63 to 70 out of county.
70.
Yes.
Okay, and then what'd you say about,
Houses.
Yeah,
A minimum 500. But you'll weigh you'll weigh the whole house, and it's half price of C and D. So,
the whole house, and then get charged half price.
yes, 30 days from start to finish. And then after that, it starts over. Then it's just straight C and D.
Must be dumped 30 days after
Yeah.
starting.
Yes,
Must be completely.
must be
There you
completed.
go, must be completed.
So you to weigh the total weight
Mhm.
divided by 2, if that ends up the owner's share is 600, he still pays 5.
He pays 600. Yeah. And if it only weighs out, and if it's only $400, he pays 5.
Right.
Because the minimum is 5.
Do we need to advertise that?
I would probably put that in the paper or something, and just let people know so they don't.
Put it on our website and put it in the paper.
Effective,
I'd say October
October
1st.
First,
yeah,
well, you're not gonna hit the paper.
yeah, we better not maybe go that quick.
Should we do it November?
There you go.
November.
I go November 1st. That gives you a month.
That gives everybody a month to get adapted to it. That's what Diane said. Give you a little time to talk to these people and kind of tell them. this is what-
She could kind of warm them along the way, that's probably a good idea. We're gonna go out.
Mhm. Well, 'cause I mean. it's
Look what we got
expensive.
for engineering fees out there and everything else.
Yeah.
It's either that or you raise the mill levy, or raise the budget and increase the mill levy to pay for it. So one way or another, we're all paying for it, so.
And I guarantee you there's people who buy into the county that don't use it, so it's not do that.
Mhm. So, but yeah, yeah. And then, like I said, though, after the 30 days, then it just resorts back to just straight C and D, and they have to pay
The 40,
the 40.
or whatever they bring in, like.
For the rest of it.
November 1st.
Mhm.
Well, that's pretty good motivation to get it done.
What did you say, you guys have been at this for
Yeah,
3 months?
What year? Yeah. It's been over a year now.
Oh, got some in progress that's been
Yeah, we got
over.
one right now. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, that's when I was telling you, you brought out a big ass rock. I mean, probably 6,000 pounds, for free.
Yeah.
Well, not a, I mean, yeah.
Show that you can find a bridge somewhere that needs that.
We did. But anyways, I'd like to see that done, so.
yeah.
I know we're just gonna do effective November 1st.
Yeah, I'd do it first.
So indicate that stuff in both papers, I suppose. We need to go that far.
Yeah, oh yeah, Seneca and stuff, but. yeah.
You wanna write something up, Kathy?
Imagine Diane.
I'll have Diane do it.
Oh, okay.
And then if she'll get that, if you tell her to get that to me, I'll put it on the website.
Okay.
Put it on Facebook.
Need a motion?
I don't think so.
You got it in the minutes, Mary Kay.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be real specific in the minutes about naming each price. I'm just gonna say that they are gonna increase November 1st and that the
Yeah,
new amounts will be published prior
there you
to
go.
that date.
Nobody's got
Okay.
nothing to break.
You're not gonna get that.
I agree with Gary though,
And this
too.
is that line. It's just, you know,
Well, how long's it been since we went up with it? I mean, several years ago, I think we went up a couple bucks or something, but, you know.
I mean, this ain't that, I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, we bought that new tractor to haul those boxes down there.
Mm.
And that's been several years ago. There's probably a lot of miles on that old girl
It's
already.
getting there, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but then like, they had a bunch of old used dumpsters out there that all the bottoms were falling out of it, you know. There were like 8 or 10 of them. And they just brought them in and having them guys
Hold them up.
weld them up and send them back out. We had to get some expanded metal, which cost like $400. You know, it's that stuff there, you know, it's just, it adds up. You know, you're gonna keep it up to par, you're gonna have to, you know, charge a little something.
Ain't good for a rainy day, something to do on a rainy day. I love something like that to do when it's raining outside.
Yeah, if it never rains.
Yeah, yeah. What's that?
Bike your town.
Yeah, I'm ready.
No, bike your town.
You're behind the ball, though. Everybody else is like that.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Where you live.
So, but yeah, that's pretty much what we got going on right now, so.
How you getting along with the rolls out there?
Good.
Yeah, not like we're not getting.
And that in-
What's it, what, Jason?
The paper rolls.
The paper rolls, we was trying to figure out what we was gonna do.
Yeah, we got a box there.
They got their own box and everything.
We got a box out there, and then Jerry put a tarp on it,
Right.
and, so they just, whenever they come in, they just take a skid loader and forks and just dump them in there. And then whenever they get a load, they bring it down.
And they're unloading all right and everything without.
Yeah, once in a while, like, one or two, but it's nothing.
Not the warehouse,
Yeah.
it would get stuck.
Oh, no, they don't have to dig it out or not. You just, yeah, it's working good. So we got that figured out.
Cause they bring those out every other day or
There's a lot of
something.
them, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah. I did enroll us in through the state, this on Red Bridge studies. That's the paper I was gonna go get. I can bring it back later if you want me to, but, it's kind of like LTAP or whatever. It's like a $50,000 grant. You guys did it originally on the south end of the county for stop signs
Hmm.
and all the signage. Remember that, Gary?
You're talking to the north side of the county now.
Yeah, okay, and I went and talked to Dawn Husky. She sent me some information. And we went ahead and enrolled in that. For $5,000, you'll get like $45,000 worth of grant money.
We use it for minimum maintenance signs.
I'll see
Sign
what
that.
we
It would be a sign in, but yeah, but if we don't sign up for that, we're out for a long time.
She writes that, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't she? Does she take care of
What was
that?
his name? Bill?
Moni is who we did the signs in the south park. He did all that.
But for $5,000 investment on ours, we'll get like, all, you know, you set them signage and stuff. And, or it's safety too, you know, if you have an intersection, they'll do like an investigation on it. Be like, you need this signage or you need to do something different.
So that's why yield signs turned into stop signs.
Probably.
So
Couple of them
they,
still get me.
So, yeah.
KDOT used to have an annual meeting, and that was in the fall. Last time we went to was down there. It was it was east down there by, not Perry, Lake Shawnee. That There's a nice place there. Do you hear anything about that?
Mhm.
Because Dawn used to ride with us every year. Dawn and who else from that office out there? She did, and there was
She knows her
somebody
stuff.
else.
I mean,
Yeah,
she's smart when it comes to.
and it was worth going to. I went several times, seems like, and you just get an update about KDOT and what they're thinking of doing and.
So
lot of
are you
iron.
talking about the highway officials meeting?
Yes, there you go. Yeah. I'm sure they haven't had it now, probably in 2 years. I
Because I haven't
suppose.
seen anything
Oh,
come across.
Maybe it's just.
Since we're talking about meetings, is there any training for you or your guys you'd like to get into?
There-
Training courses or anything?
there-
or you need, or-
Well, there is they do have like a grader school once in a while, we can do. If you want us to, we can. I can look up.
If you think it would help.
Yeah, I mean, anything giving them education.
I mean, you might give a different idea to maybe something. I mean, I'm not picking on what they're doing. I'm just,
No, they're-
sometimes it doesn't hurt to get a different perspective.
Well, and then continuing education is always good.
Well, and I'll be honest, it's nice to be able to say, if you get the call about the patrol operator, that when you do this, or whenever you do that, to be able to say, we send our man to,
See, like,
seminars and stuff to update
I think Jackson
on,
County's
yeah.
doing something right now. Mixie actually brought that up to me there last week or something, but she follows Jackson County quite a bit too down there, and they're having training for their blade operators. So I can get hold of them.
We got a couple freshmen too.
Mhm.
Right,
Be good
yeah.
for 'em, and I always like going, I'll go to classes, I mean, even just as a freshman, there's stuff you forget.
Right.
It's like, it's just
Yeah.
a good reminder from time to time.
Sure.
Time of year, you think in the dead of winter, it'd be a great time to have that, when you can't be out, but lo and behold, there you get a blinding blizzard on that day, and we can't come,
That's right.
because we're blading roads.
But yeah, no, I can look into something like that. Because we're getting to that time of year, we might have a little bit of time for them to go to that, So, yeah. All right.
I do have something. Diane mentioned that she's going to get a punch pad for our building. We would like to use that in our office. Because now that we have to shut down our computers, it takes so long to get the program up and so long to get the TCP up.
That's what we
That
had.
we used to come to work 15 minutes early just to get everything up.
Yeah.
So if we had a punch pad, we'd appreciate being able to use that along with our office.
We can put it in, because we can get a Wi-Fi for it.
Put it out in the hallway.
There's a plug-in right outside her door and her Wi-Fi hooks up right there. So it shouldn't be a problem.
So that should be a good place.
So it shouldn't be a problem.
I don't
These
know.
things are, these $2,200 units?
No, they're less than that.
Looked it up, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember, it doesn't matter.
I think it was 7.
Yeah.
Now, what's the deal? Did Jackson County, or not Jack, Pop County got hacked?
Oh, yeah, I heard about
So
that.
now what, we can't leave our computers open?
Well, I've told my girls that. I don't know if that's how it happened for
Nobody,
sure or
nobody
not,
told
but
us anything different.
And when I talked to Diane this morning, Diane hadn't heard either, so.
okay,
But we aren't on the same as you, are we?
no,
So,
no.
They're not the only ones that got hacked. They had we had a webinar, Zoom meeting with all the officials, public health officials. Hoping someone was going to hack through there because they were Zoom meeting. Apparently there was some nefarious things said. So, some inappropriate stuff. So they took over the monitors, the whole 9 yards. They had no control over it.
Wow.
Power.
Yeah,
That's what
see,
Oh, gee. I mean, I don't get the point. Did they get anything out of that?
it was just annoyance and harassment. I mean, you could listen in and learn stuff, but.
It's like something somebody's wondering back in high school, but they did get good.
They have clean it over here. If they want. And I never did that.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's,
I remember. you-
Personally, I just think it's probably a good practice to shut things down, just in case.
You were in there
Well,
though.
we are, but it takes a
Yeah,
long time to get back up.
so,
So we're good.
like when you
At the
leave
end
for
of the-
lunch or?
no, just at the end of the day.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, the last 4 hours.
We were just letting ours go to sleep, so now that we're shutting them down, it takes a while to come back up.
Because their computers are so slow to get started in the morning.
And it's Diane's sisters on
How old are yours?
6 years old. Well, they told us to get it every 5 years. I'm one of those people, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm sorry, it's how I was raised.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, arguably, if it
It
takes 20 minutes for it to come up, it's starting to get broken. I know, I'm like you.
You got anything else to do?
I know.
They're time locked. Maybe they'll give us a bunch of overtime. If they hack it.
Yeah.
Right?
Wishful.
Yeah. So, but yeah. But you guys would do that for these girls. And then they can all use the same pad, correct?
Yes, we can.
so just going to one at this time, just that
I
one for that
think
building.
so, don't you think?
Yeah, we was gonna put one. Diane said it would help all her drivers out.
Yeah,
And then,
there's
some
not
of them would
another,
And some
not
of them-
another place you want to put it anywhere else.
Now we have to get one for the sheriff's office?
That's
they've
right.
already got it.
They've already
Yeah,
got
they
it.
got something down there.
I haven't heard him say he wants
And
another.
then we do have those apps too.
I was gonna say, I think the girls down at the. They were in there last week, the nutrition center, they was gonna start.
They were gonna do
They
that.
were looking at the app.
Yeah.
We're getting on.
They'll need to be Wi-Fi
Still,
capable, I guess.
Yeah.
it's like,
And that way I want
You'll sit there
to
and
check
go
on
through
these
it
other
now.
two.
Clock out. And then the next day, like, somebody will have a random, you forgot to clock out. And we all sat there watching clock out. You know, sometimes it just like it don't catch it or something, it don't register for some reason. We're having a little bit of that once in a while. Because Nathan didn't, he clocked out Friday and it didn't clock him out. So,
Did it tell me it's clocked out and then came back in the morning and then it
And
said it
then
wasn't?
came back today and it says Mr. Clock. And then, Pat had one.
We called it twice,
He accidentally clocked in twice. Well, then we can't
delete the one.
delete the one and use the good one. We're having a little trouble.
So you can call that guy, I don't show how to delete that line. Remember we can show him
Okay,
that, how to go in and change and delete that line where the double clock in was.
okay.
And fix it, so.
But I think the most part we're getting on to it. All right, yeah. So, all righty.
All right.
All right, thanks, gentlemen.
See ya.
Thank you. Okay.
Don't forget to hang your letter up in
Yeah, I got it.
the shop. You got it?
Oh,
I got it.
We're up there on the board in the shop.
Yeah, there you go. We're gonna blow out now.
There you go.
Have a good day.
So in a nutshell, health enrollment guide going up how much, Mary Kay? I only want to know the number.
What is 5%?
Well, that was on the county side, I think.
And this one is,
Employee side is going down a little bit.
is this the employee side?
Yeah, for open enrollment, right. Right.
And the
Because that'll be
employer
effective.
is in July.
July, yeah. This will be effective in January. But it just tells you about all your options of, you know, what you can enroll in, and
Right.
I might mess with that. Did you see that page about Ask Alex? It's supposed to be some kind of program that you can use to put in, you gotta put in a bunch of information about yourself and your dependents and stuff, and then it's supposed to make a recommendation of what plan would be the best for you.
Oh,
I might, if I get time, I'm gonna mess with that, see
yeah.
what it tells me. I've never tried it before.
They changed the deductibles already.
Yes, they have.
They're quite a bit higher now. I think the smallest one I seen is 900.
I was thinking they were saying that the deductibles were going down.
Then you got a 2750. There's one, a Plan J with a 500. I'll have to see which one we're on.
So is there's no way that I can't do the HSA.
Right. You're enrolled in some part of Medicare, so you have to have an H part A. Or just not have either one of those and go with like a plan A that doesn't offer that kind of.
Right. I do now.
No, we got time. I don't see
You know, I
anything.
don't think Dixie's coming in, so I think we're good.
Hey, need one of them? Covered in bill in the Plan A.
Oh, great, yeah.
So basically, I'm just here to tell you that Angie House has accepted the position. And she'll start on October 5th. It's a Tuesday, but she's gonna finish her last day out there, the 4th. And then she'll be starting at $14.22. She goes, I mean, her legal name is Angela, but she goes by Angie. So. that's what-
Seneca girl?
Mhm. Yeah.
So October 5th, that's not too long.
A week from tomorrow.
We're good. Before final. Yeah.
Yep, hopefully. I mean, it's gonna take her a little bit to get used to everything. It's, on motor vehicle, it's a lot of learning.
Yeah.
I mean, it is on tax too, but motor vehicle's got a lot of laws and all that kind of stuff, so,
You said the 5th, right?
right. It's a Tuesday, right? It's,
You gotta be.
You had how many apps, Janelle? You said
13.
13.
About.
These were new applications.
Mhm.
Did you have some on file?
I was just gonna say, you got a couple that might be good.
Yeah.
That you would be working on.
I always hold on to them.
I think for a while, but I don't know that you should, I think if it's been probably over 6 months, I probably ought to
You
fill it
have,
out again.
yeah. I make them, but it gives you an idea maybe who you can call if you
Yeah.
can get it.
Right, yeah.
And see if they were looking, yeah.
I think, I have to go back and look, I think four of them were not in the county. You know, try to look more at the county people than we do out of county, but I did not interview them. I interviewed 6, and out of those 6, I'd say 5 of them would have been good applicants. Pay was an issue for a couple of them, so. Anyway, that's all I needed.
Yeah. Okay, well, good.
We'll be up and
Bring
running.
her in and we'll,
Scare her.
well, try not to.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Janelle.
And that reminds me that there was another application submitted. It's in that file.
Oh, yeah, ring the bell.
District 34 State Senator. Probably not, too, because they're the county commissioner.
That name sure rings a bell.
Yeah.
So just one new one here, Mary Kay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, where does he live?
He lives out in Western Kansas. It's, being, Hayes, that.
Legal resident, rural hutch.
Or Hutch, there you go, yeah, certainly, as long as that is.
That's not for the agent position, that's just for the health.
That's just.
So the question is, have you guys seen these? Our interim health officer, last day will probably be Thursday.
Well, she's gonna go on until you find somebody.
She is?
Yeah, she
Okay.
has one staff though. She did mention you're gonna have to get some new contract basically. Well, she's gonna do that. She said you're gonna need it anyways. You hire them, I'm sure you're not
Like
gonna-
KHE was doing all that.
Kids, you can't do schools and you can't do nursing homes. So she's gonna do that. Yeah, I think too. Probably if I saw her. Yeah, to see the faces. What's her name? I'll say this right.
The short conversation I had with him the other day, so that was good.
Yeah.
I didn't say if we could contact that reporter or not. Well, if you want, we can.
Do you wanna do that, or you wanna do the interview first?
Or any.
Yeah.
Way, we'll have to do
Men,
Well,
how you going?
Hi, how are you doing?
Rich today.
He reached to the bottom of their arm,
He
so
did. I'm worst case scenario.
I'm teasing you.
No, we just
Hi,
have
Rich.
four.
Have a seat.
We just have four. Nobody in.
Holding for,
Yep, nobody in or out in the last week, so
nobody in or out in a week?
everybody's good in the county. We just can't catch them, is what it boils down to.
They're just good.
So Rich gone or?
Sick.
Oh,
Shoot.
We'll see. Hopefully it's not COVID. No, I don't think it is.
yeah. So, great. Nothing
Really
big
good.
coming down. That's good. We like it. You like it.
We'll see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All
You
right.
guys have a good one.
Thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
I need to call them so we can see if they're there.
Yeah.
I think we should probably do an interview first and talk with her.
Let's check and see how this goes.
Why don't we do that first? Like, and, what I did find out, there's, 53 counties right now, out of my population. But
So who's your health officer?
they've got, there's a lot of interns, the ag commissioners, and,
In Kansas,
53 out of 105 counties. We were one of them, we got an intern, but there's a bunch of interns. There's a lot of counties that perform that now.
When we hired Nikki as intern, didn't we allow her an X amount of dollars that if she felt she could?
I think it was just like, you just contracted her so much an hour, and she's got a budget of $7,000.
Right.
Okay.
but I think
Yeah.
if she would hire somebody else, I think it'd come out of that.
That was the
7,000.
way, yeah. But that would be a county employee then, it would have to be hired by us. Just like a Diane would do it.
Why couldn't they be contract under her? If they wanted to roll it over to the county, once we got
You-
that
you
position
could.
set up, could they
Yeah.
do it that way?
You could, yeah, you'd have to just she'd have to hire somebody if you negotiate an hourly wage,
Right.
the two of them.
Right.
You know, so we negotiated.
I know we gave her a set amount of dollars if she needed the office equipment now, but I thought staffing was included on that if she needed to hire a, I guess you call it a secretary or whatever to help her out.
Yeah, I know, she said she's looking to be contract based for herself. I'll save you some money in the long run, save us some money in this. Just what we're paying the higher wage to do it, so.
What qualification does that individual need?
Not a whole lot. Gonna be trained, main thing's just about HIPAA. A sheet of questions you can ask them. So, Lean comes in, comes up, which, by the way, something else. We better check out after September 30th, because
Smiling at me like that.
when I'm reading state law here, it's just like going in and down. So we have to supply food. After the 30, you have to pay the wages of
Says
It's
who,
state
yeah.
law, it's in the state statutes. If you put somebody in isolation, they're responsible for lost wages and have to get food assistance. They've already done 2 requests for food assistance. One, the guy got it figured out there, it's still requesting. That might be something to write down for Brad.
Yeah.
Because
Hi, Russell.
Hey guys, I don't need much, I was gonna let you know the helicopter pad has been poured.
I heard that.
That's all I was gonna let you know.
Would you help?
No? This is just like somebody that does concrete work.
Section that needs to be doing concrete work.
No.
So do they want us to mark a big X on that thing
I'll
or?
take care of all that.
I think it's a circle with an H, isn't it?
It's an age.
You know,
And you can't use your car to do this.
I think a drag race on Saturday is ready to go. No, I'll take care of all that. While I'm doing that, I'll probably spur some out and going also. That means that it's pretty big. Let it cure 2 weeks and get some rock down, be ready to roll it. So. That's all I have.
okay, Russell.
Trying to make your day easy. I know somebody's got planting or corn to pick.
Yeah, lots of green.
Are you done?
It's just when you say it that way, I got corn to pick, it sounds like you're gonna go out there and pick it by hand.
You used to.
Oh, God,
Well,
imagine.
It's
That's
still,
why they had families of like 13 kids.
And they didn't have fields that were as many acres as they are now.
it's
Live off 160 back in the day.
Mhm.
still kind of a pet peeve of mine. Weird thing. You know, yeah, you still do pick corn. You don't cut it.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the corn head that cuts anything.
Okay.
You've taken one of those snapping beds apart. Yeah, now. You don't cut anything.
You guys have a good one.
Yeah, see you, Russell. Well, yeah, I kind of thought Nikki, we left with her the September and she was done.
I thought it was in terms of those spots still.
Yeah, okay.
It might be January 31st for this.
Don't say that.
Well, I guess, what's going on with advertising for that? Is that,
Still on the paper, isn't it?
No, that-
If you look on that last page of that,
yeah, I saw it. There it is.
yeah, so it was just published
Published.
in both papers on September 8th and the 15th. And that's all I
We
know.
advertise the price.
No. Because that's negotiable. If you would hire a county health agent, would your wife want to do the contact tracing? Is that a full-time job as well?
That, the contract tracing is definitely a full-time position. At least for now. I think it's gonna be, I know last week there was 20 cases.
So she's not doing it for schools or
She's
Right,
doing, yeah, she's doing that. Yep.
for schools? And that's a law, that's a regulation, it must be.
Technically, here you don't have to do anything. But if you don't do that, you're gonna have more people that may have people sitting in the room. You can't see it. Check with it, yeah, go to the other river, if you want to do it. It's basically contract tracing, it's just short. It's for them to get more information about what it is. Just what this information, gather that information. The actually usually want to know where something to,
See, didn't we find out at that, well, Nikki was there and we talked to him at the state with KDHE. Where did I get that? That KDHE was in the process of hiring, what was the number? Amazing, 30 new investigators. 300, I know it's either 30 or 300. I wonder, it could be like everybody else, they've hired 4.
Well, Brown County hired one, it's full-time. That individual works from home, but she was gonna follow up with the gal in Brown County and see how much they were paying. That's cheaper than 30.
Well, yeah, it ought to be.
I know she was worried that other cases would get missed, she was supposed to pull line maybe.
Well, we probably better go back to advertising.
Let's change that ad up a little bit, because I think there's some confusion in the ad.
Let me,
Some people thought that we already filled the position and Cohen
let me
got
make
on
you a
board.
copy of that and then you can write all over it.
Okay. Too late to get anything in the papers this week?
Yeah, 10 o'clock, we did that.
Well, you got 5 minutes. Tell them to rerun it.
Tell them to hold us a space.
That's right. Rerun it and hold it.
I changed it a little bit, because there was, when I talked to her, there was some confusion in that ad. She assumed we had the spot filled with that doctor. I mean, no, that's just the advisory board ad. You just need to simplify.
She's-
Local county health officer wanted
Yeah.
medical experience, or how do you word it, something simple to where it's not.
An LPN would work too. LPN or an RN. Nikki has a BS. Bachelor's, registered nurse, so BS, and associates, be an RN with associates too, they would work. You're an LPN would work. So,
But I think we need to change that ad to simplify it.
In Rock County, searching for individuals to serve as local health officer, applicants must be licensed to practice medicine, surgery, or dentistry,
We need to change all that.
be a registered nurse.
I think you could probably put,
Just put,
RN, LPN. Technically.
or some medical
Or
background.
medical background.
Right.
I think there was a lot of people who thought they was underqualified when they read that.
I would just put like,
So, yeah, I could say it says be a registered nurse. You don't have to be a registered nurse.
And you don't have to be a dentist or.
Right. So, you guys got those. Did you make more than one? Okay.
No, I just made the one, sorry.
So. Searching for an individual to serve as local health officer, so that's probably good. So how do we do that? Salary and benefits are negotiable. Probably.
I would take the rest of that out of there and just say medical experience necessary.
Right.
And then just
medical
get,
experience needed,
or needed, and I just get rid of the rest of that.
the doctor,
Yeah.
medical experience, preferred RN, LPN.
I don't even put that, I just say medical experience, because you want somebody to do your contact tracing. They don't need to be an RN or an LPN.
Right.
Yeah, we would want somebody that's.
But somebody that needs to know kind of.
How did
what-
it say
what
that
medical
in that?
I
How does it say that in that,
That's what I was thinking she did.
Yeah, maybe we can ask John, because I know she had a couple of medical field, those probably positions. There. I know there's a few, so.
Okay.
Maybe we can snag a couple of those apps too. Great pay, great benefits, salary negotiable.
Local health officer and assistant.
Yeah. Yeah.
And health assistant needed.
Yeah.
Or wanted health assistant.
An assistant. So don't put anything in there about qualifications. Nothing.
We'll
All
see
right.
it from them, and then we can choose what they have.
And that, when I read that, it was kind of confusing because it was,
Thinking they're looking for a doctor.
yeah.
Yeah, so Nemaha County searching for an individual to serve as local health officer. Salary and benefits are negotiable, qualified applicants, send a letter of interest to Mary Kay.
Well, but it doesn't say anything about the.
Yeah, the
the
assistant.
health assistant.
He didn't read it though.
Oh, okay, I wrote it, I didn't read it, yeah. To serve as local health officer, searching, all right, we need to redo this. Searching for individuals to serve as local health officer and assistant. So,
Maybe make another one that says exactly like that, but looking for an assistant to local health.
And I keep it the same ad, it doesn't have any pictures.
I just say, searching for an individual to serve as local health officer and another individual to serve as the health assistant or something.
Looking for two
So-
positions, to fill local health officer and assistant.
so is searching for individuals
Yeah, that
to
would,
serve as local health officer and assistant.
There you go.
Just make individual plural.
Sounds
That's all we gotta do. And I just put health officer's assistant and show that it's a separation.
instead of just
Oh,
health
okay,
assistant.
Because they can
sure.
say a health officer and assistant if they own two positions.
To serve, searching for individuals to serve as local health officer and his or her assistant.
Yes. That'll work.
And just leave it there, they will, something in there, but if somebody who's interested, you're gonna get calls, what are my qualifications, what do I have to have?
You want some medical background, we'll just have to
Just
sort
some
them.
kind of medical background. And,
So, okay,
I would say, to be determined by, we'll just have to see what kind of applicants we get.
some medical background preferred.
Yes.
How's that?
Medical experience preferred.
That's all that's all it
Yeah, just
says.
so that medical experience preferred.
If we would hire a local health officer, and I'm just wondering what if we, could your wife work under that, or is that still nepotism? Could your wife be the assistant under the local health officer? Where does that draw the line?
I would say if you guys are gonna hire that person, then that's still nepotism.
Okay.
If we did it, but if the assistant did, if the health officer did it,
Health
then
officer
it's
hired her,
a little different.
see, I didn't know how that worked, it'd be,
He or she would be,
But then that person would have to, directly, what am I trying to say, their supervisor would not be you guys, it would be the health officer.
right, we wouldn't be his or her direct.
if I had,
supervisor.
if I had a kid working in your office, with that, I don't know where the nepotism clause falls.
I think that would be fine as long as the understanding was that, I hired them.
Right.
I'm
I
their
can't go over there and tell
supervisor.
any of your girls what
Yeah.
to do anyway, so if one of my kids is working for you, it would.
Right.
It'd be a hard sell to hire your son for the road and bridge foreman.
Right. But if he was working,
Because you
for-
guys
Yeah.
hire that.
but if he was working for Adam,
Right,
That's different.
that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get away from that. So, all right, here, let's, Lemon County, Kansas, searching for individuals to serve as local health officer and his or her assistant. Medical experience
sounds bad.
preferred.
just put in health officer assistant.
Yeah, there you
That does sound good.
Yeah. And
We're gonna need a new copy.
health officer assistant.
You get it done and I'll type it up here and then I'll let you look
go.
at
Tell
it.
Matt you can't do that when his clock is wrong.
What's that?
Tell Matt his clock is wrong.
Searching for individuals to serve as local health officer and health officer assistant.
I like that.
That does sound better. Medical experience preferred. Submit to Mary Kay.
Thank you.
See what it looks like on paper. Gosh, is that lost on the inside? So. We can come in.
When we start,
We got corner shell.
I agree.
Okay, is this your pen?
That was one.
Oh, that was yours. So she's got payroll probably.
She does, she was working on it, you can see if you can
I
grab
wonder
it
if
from
Adam
her.
knows it, NCTC does it.
Probably not. They're gonna bring about the same price, whatever they're happy with them. So, yeah.
So maybe,
Just make sure you won't. We have ones that come in and put the demands and close. We'll deal with your medicine. So if there's one aspirin missing out of the box, I'll put the box in there. Yes, seriously. Maybe your stuff is. Thank you.
can you talk to him, or is it good just to?
You can talk to him if you want. He's a very good doctor. Very, yeah, he's just a very good doctor.
She's on call, they're waiting, so
Okay, awesome.
just did one final.
He'd be fine. Where's this maintenance at? What's Fund 913?
That is like our 911.
911, 912, and 913.
All kind of got.
That was
combined.
913. We haven't got 911 and 912 yet. $4,300.
The other funds are kind of obsolete now, we're still
Are they?
spending
Oh,
some
okay.
912, but there's not a whole lot left there, but most of it goes in and out of 913.
Tax on you and my cell phone generates a massive money.
Gary, where were you putting this medical experience preferred?
Well, I'd say right,
Where'd you want
that
that?
second sentence, I would say.
Right after health officer assistant?
Yes, I would say, that makes sense.
Yep, I think so.
Take a while.
You got fish? What is skid proof?
They're probably disposing of.
Just bring it back.
Okay. So you probably send that to them from right there.
No, because I'll probably use my
okay.
email and I don't have my email
I see.
here.
Okay.
Anybody know about this?
Bruna,
Is that in the new skid loader, the old skid loader?
windshield,
That's gonna be a skid loader.
It is, but is it in the new one?
SV 280.
Regardless, I don't know if it matters, but a lot of your insurance, I don't know if it's different on theirs, but I know I got free glass replacement
huh,
on my farm equipment.
huh,
Because they consider it a safety issue for running like a tractor. If you break a window out of it, they got free replacement because they don't want you running around with no window.
right. Huh. How long ago was that?
That was August.
Well, that'd been the old one then, because we just got the new one.
It says August 6th, the door glass
Yeah.
day. Yeah, that was in the old one.
Yeah. Huh.
What do you call that?
So maybe it was as the deal, we put the glass in the old one, we traded it in.
Probably, they probably wouldn't accept it with the glass.
But I'm wondering if our insurance would have paid for it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll maybe ask
yeah,
SCS, see if they'll cover that, and that skid steer out the landfill with that glasses in there.
I'm gonna have Sandy call them.
'Cause if it is, we might be able to turn in the bill to them and just cover it.
right.
That's good.
Yeah, let's get it in there.
That, okay. This sounds like
Everybody's good?
yeah.
Okay, so, what are you guys thinking?
Another mission.
This week and next week? On this ad?
Oh,
29
I'd run it
and,
until it's filled, Mary Kay.
well, yeah, but I gotta tell them something
Let's run it for 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah, do 2 weeks and.
and then see from there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we'll know in a week.
Moans for the courthouse.
What would you do at the end of the world? No flowers. $28 on a pair of kitties?
Gary? We got bats in the community building, we got it poison? Or feed?
In
In the community
Pioneer
building.
building, he had an issue.
Oh,
Underneath, like in the guttering, haven't been used, trying to get rid of them.
outside?
Uh-huh.
It says community building, I didn't know we had.
Does the bill, is there a bill attached?
Yeah.
What does this say on it? Does it say building?
No.
Okay, Sandy might, I thought, the only thing I heard him talk about was the Pioneer building. With bats.
I don't know, there's still some that say that.
Did the law enforcement follow different rules for recording? That kind of, they get a different amount? Or is it, this is considered uniforms?
That's considered uniform, but it comes out of Richmond budget.
Okay.
Well, is it like for Mavericks?
Mhm.
So that's probably, I'm guessing that's probably for like jailers and dispatchers. But then the deputies have their uniforms.
Okay.
But the jailers and dispatchers do the same thing that we do.
Oh, shit. That's it, we drink a lot of water in this county. Did I go and put my glass up? I go over and put my glass up, and if I didn't have to.
The water that comes out of the tap is state inspected, you know. That's what I drink, and it costs, 0.00001 cents per gallon. That stuff is, you know, $3 a gallon. Well, it's not that much, but you know.
My kid always tells me a bottle of water costs more than a gallon of gas.
And that, and yeah,
You wanna complain about the price of gas, compare it to a bottle of water.
they did a study here, it's been several years ago, and they had, you know, a dozen people in the room, and they had all these fancy waters, you know. And they had also, one of them in the mix was Minneapolis tap water. Minneapolis, Minnesota tap water. Nobody knew which one was which, except the guys. And every single one of them picked out the Minneapolis tap water as the best tasting one. And that was the 0.0001 cents per gallon. The others were up to, you know, some of those would be $2 or $3 a gallon. You buy that 12-ounce bottle, and it's $2.69. I can't do it. I won't do it.
How's the tax sale going? I see we got billed for the notification. I hope you made us some money off of that.
I thought I heard 4,000 and some dollars.
Five, they paid $5 for some in Burford, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Did everything,
that must not have been the total.
we didn't end up owning anything?
No, no.
Good.
But there were several that sold for $1. I said, I'm glad you were there. So, and it was a lot in golf, you know.
They bring you money?
$1, really, you know. And
All
I
you
don't
do is
know.
hope that somebody that pays their taxes.
Right. I saw
won't go through
Dan
this.
Stahl, it was Dan Stahl on it too. So there were 2 or 3 lots, I think, were together, someplace up there. I went down and asked Deanne, because everybody had a number, you know, and I didn't know who number 4 was. But she would have that. I mean, she would know on.
I think we need to talk to Russell about doing emergency preparedness. Because of $48,000 grant. Pretty much right up his alley anyways,
He what now?
doing emergency preparedness. There's a $48,000 grant, there's a few things we gotta do, but I think he's got the plan for 2017. I think that's something to do that, because I already doing anyways. He can apply for the grant and get it, that pays his wages. That covers emergency management's entire budget.
We used to hire that guy that lived down there in Mary Kay. Do you remember his name?
Steve Duria.
Steve Duria. I wonder if that's what he did.
I know he wrote.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that specific one.
Right,
He
yeah.
applied for different things. But yeah, you definitely talk to Russell about that.
Yeah.
And moving house is one of the last.
Okay, I'll tell her that, one. She's wanting to know that.
Oh, blank.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Nothing to try to recruit ones that ain't got numbers on them.
What'd you say they were doing again? They were-
Moving pallets around and one of them must have slid back and hit it.
How much was it? $600 piece?
$651.
$500.
Really get some names on this stuff.
I saw that.
Cinnamon oil.
That chasing off the bats. I think I heard Christina in the hallway, so I'm gonna go deep fresh here before we start on that. Come back downstairs.
Yeah.
Take the restroom, right?
Yeah, I think I heard Christina.
Yeah. You can go on the end. I know. No, she said she was going
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Good to see you.
Hi.
What a great day to go for a drive down in the office.
To say,
You liked it, didn't you?
honestly, it's not a bad thing, and with it being on Monday, it's not so busy out there.
Yeah.
People aren't out there because they're in here doing business.
Yeah, we'd like to be playing golf. Yeah.
On a day like this, yes.
Okay.
You're from Topeka, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a nice, not a bad drive.
No, it's not bad at all.
You're a Topeka girl, born and raised in Topeka?
Lansing is where I went to high school, Lansing High School.
Oh.
And I've lived out in western Kansas, southwest Kansas. When I got out of college, I was in Lakin, Kansas, which is
Lakin?
near Garden City.
Pitch the tent in Lincoln.
Huh?
Pitch the tent in Lincoln.
There you go. There you go. So, yeah, I can say I've lived in 3 different places in Kansas. But I like Topeka. I call it a big, small town. It's not huge.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, it's not huge. I can actually go into a restaurant and not know anybody. But then there are other places I go to and I can't shake people.
Depends on which section you're from, 'cause they're all kind of split up.
Correct, and
We
that's
were down there for
exactly
5 years. and
North Topeka, and then, I used to live in central, Topeka and the Potwin, which is a historical district. And, but now, because we lived in a 1888 home and an 1887 home. And I said, I want to live on one level. I want our master bedroom to be on one level. So we went to another house, it was 1987. It was built-
Whoa.
It's like, I'm a tall cotton. 100 years newer. Exactly, so.
Yeah, well, you can't get away.
Yeah.
we were in Alaska.
My video, great.
Staying at a bed and breakfast in Skagway, and the lady that ran and owned it had roots in Kelly, I think, down there in your neighborhood. And so just talked to her and knew a lot of the same people, and she loved it, and we talked for a long time. We left for the day and came back, and said, I talked to my mom. And we got some Nemaha County folks here, and it's great, and anyhow, Mom says, Gary Scobie, that name rings a bell. Well, I just said, name rings a bell. Oh, he's my county commissioner. Tell him I need to rock on my road.
But you know, once you start getting outside of your neck of the woods, it's amazing in the state of Kansas. People talk amongst themselves, particularly in the rural communities, because I got a call from someone in Parsons, Kansas, and she was shocked that I knew where Parsons was. Like, yeah, I know where Parsons is. I've been there many times, and these are the people that I know in Parsons. She goes, oh my God. The connection didn't come from Parsons, it came from Topeka. It was a church group that was needing some help with recruitment,
We
so.
lived down there, we would always see someone come back. Every time we were in Topeka, we'd be on Watermaker.
Yeah,
We lived down there, there's always someone come back home and see, you know.
my husband's from Winfield, and that's another community where I don't care where you go, you run into someone that's from Winfield.
Well, you know, they say that any place on earth that you're only 7 people away from some
The guy you're sitting next to.
Correct.
And I thought that can't be, but one of my boys was hiking, is it the Himalayas that are in Nepal?
Yes,
You
yes.
know, wherever it is, it's on the other side of the earth. He was hiking by himself, ran into another group of kids about his age who were lost. They were trying to decide they were a fork on the trail, whether to go this way or this way. And Luke said, the only thing I know about a topographical map, when the lines get close together, that means steep. I think we need to go that way.
Yeah.
So that's when they finished the day out hiking. Anyhow, one of that group of, there were 4 or 5 of them, knew somebody from Hiawatha.
There you go.
So the thing about some common occurrence kind of made a believer out of me.
Yeah. No, my husband and I, he's a Vietnam helicopter pilot, so we went to a reunion of Vietnam helicopter pilots in Charlotte, North Carolina here maybe 3 weeks ago. And these people on the street saw us and they could tell we were with the convention as well too. And they said, can we join you for lunch? We said, sure, come on, let's go to lunch. And so we went to lunch and we have mutual friends in Iowa. And she grew up with that same guy from Iowa. I mean, so that's just it, is you don't know how much you have in common with someone until you start, you know. being
Next thing you
similar.
know, Bob, he runs ambulance stuff, comes to Sabetha. He's a chocolate pilot, Bob, his wife was a teacher in Sabetha for years.
You know, it's funny because that association, there's over 40,000 helicopter pilots. And whether you're a member or not, they have a directory of all those people in there. So even if my husband doesn't know him, we look people up
Yeah.
to see if it's the real deal. So there you go.
Well, he did, but this is Bob Turner. His wife taught PE forever. Might have been your era. They've been going for a long time. But, yeah, no.
Well, I hate to say it, I was in the coolest room on the planet with over 570 Vietnam helicopter pilots. These people were cool. I mean,
Yeah.
so it's you know, cool enough that they all served in Vietnam, but what they've been doing with their lives since then is pretty fascinating, so. Well, I'll dig in. There's
Yeah.
2 main things that I wanted to come in and speak with you about, but before I dig in and give you these documents and you'll have the opportunity to review them, I really, really want to compliment the county and its respective leadership that I met with. I work with other counties, I work with other organizations, and you've got a good thing going here. And when I say that is you've got good people that have a lot of tenure, not a lot of turnover. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't have issues or problems or things that you can improve upon, but usually when I come into a situation, I leave there going, you know, OMG. Where do I start? And that's not the case here. So I want you to really be proud of, you know, the county and all the things that they are doing, and you've got good people. And, you know, when I talk to all these leaders, and particularly even your respective attorney, and they've only had to deal with, I mean, he's had quite a bit of tenure with you too. He can only count on one hand, you know, where he's had to get involved. That's good. That is very good. So what you'll see here is there's a grid, and I think I've already sent this to you electronically. So look on the right-hand side. These are the two documents that are basically involved with the HR assessment. This is to basically give you a checklist of everything that we looked at. And basically, these are things that we reviewed, these are things that we can improve upon, etc. Now, this is the findings and recommendations. So that's what I'm gonna go over right now. So this findings and recommendations, if you go to the second page, we basically broke it down, and you can see, we broke it down on organizational design and planning, and then different things. So I highlighted, and you see it in bold, if there were 4 things that I think you should work on immediately, it's these 4 things. And just so you know, all of them have the same thing in common. It's just updating your HR documentation. You guys have an employee handbook. That employee handbook is a good employee handbook. I actually know who put that together, Tracy Seitz. So I'm familiar with her. I was so happy to see that she did it. And it's because it's a sizable, meaning the right type of, I don't like employee handbooks. I'm working with accounting right now that has a 200 page, a big NO. I want it to be between 35 and 50 pages, and it's in that scope. It's in that realm.
Ours is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but it does need to be updated. And I would like the commissioners to kind of keep on the forefront of your mind. That is a document that you should have on your agenda once a year to look at, to update. And sometimes it's big changes, sometimes it's little changes. So, but that's one thing that we would recommend that you look at, updating. And I'm one of these, when you update an employee handbook, it should be distributed to the respective staff, not only leadership and staff, but ultimately signed off by everyone that they have
And we
received
do.
it.
And they do that.
So, but it's one of those, just needs to be updated. And I think you
Right.
should do it on, like I said, a regular basis.
We make changes, Christina,
Yes.
usually, they could be like, most of them are minor, yes. Plural or singular even.
Yeah.
Isn't something as small as that. However, it's been since Tracy helped us, Tracy?
Yeah,
Stacy.
Tracy.
Tracy, yeah.
It's Tracy's side.
But they moved to Missouri, you knew that.
Yeah, she keeps on moving on me, but
Yeah.
there's really only 2 things in an employee handbook that you have to worry about. One is employment law that you need to adhere to. And so sometimes those change, not very often. Employment law doesn't change very often. The only time we had some weird, wacky, wild stuff going on in our world was with COVID and with the FFCRA and administering time off, et cetera. Those type of things don't happen immediately. They happen over time. So, but that's something that needs to be looked at and updated. But the other thing is, we're gonna be talking about this later, it's your rules, your policies, what kind of culture do you wanna basically have? I mean, a lot of that employee handbook is up to you. It's not, there's some things that it's the law, but that's like maybe 15% of it. The rest is yours. And so you have a lot of freedom in regards to putting together the type of rules and policies that you want to do. But just like I said, we're gonna talk a little bit about the sick leave policy, and that's a perfect example. This is up to you. This is a business decision on your part.
So you mentioned employment law.
Yes.
I know that Sheriff Vernon and our county attorney both are given updates and changes in the law,
Mhm.
not necessarily employment law. I
Mhm.
guess my question is, are updates given concerning employment law?
To those gentlemen on
Yes.
a regular basis?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's what
And
I thought
even
you'd say.
when I spoke with your respective attorney, he was the first one to admit that, and most of the attorneys that I talked with, county attorneys, their expertise is not employment law, so they look to us. in regards to giving them the updates that need to happen.
Cause there are changes there, probably.
Correct, correct.
more
And just
often.
like what's the forefront of my mind right now, and I know people don't like to hear about it, but as you know, President Biden came down with an executive order on mandating vaccines. Now, you are in that, you're over 100 employees, correct?
Barely right there.
If we count like relief and everything like that, we're about right there.
So there's two pieces to this puzzle. Federal contractors, people that get federal dollars, they basically need to have mandated vaccines, and people have to get vaccines by December 6th. That just happened. I mean, literally, I just got an email saying, this is what's happening. The other piece of this puzzle is large employers. And that they define a large employer as over 100 employees. And they're putting this under OSHA, occupational safety. I am not as concerned about that right now, just because I think a lot of states are fighting it. A lot of attorney generals are saying we're not going to comply with that, blah, blah, blah. But they can do that on that side of the fence. It's pretty hard when you get federal dollars to say we're not going to comply, because if you say you're not going to comply, you may not get your federal dollars. So that's a perfect example of that's where we educate you on this is what's happening and this is what you need to comply with. But you're going to know my style. I do not do anything unless we have to do it. Do you see what I'm saying? People, like, when that came out from President Biden and he made this executive order, and he was on the Magic Television when he did all of this, I got so many emails that I kept on saying to everybody, they haven't, yeah, he made his announcement, but they haven't given the details yet. That comes a couple weeks later. So I tell everybody, just don't worry about it. I mean, so many things are gonna happen from when he made that announcement to employment law does not happen overnight, very rarely. That what's been very fascinating about this COVID, for me, on a business standpoint, and being in HR, I've never seen things pass through Congress like they have with this. Usually it takes 5-10 years for something to pass, and this basically happened like that. So that has been the frustration, is most of us in our field are not used to that.
But it's still not law though, is it? It's
Still
still,
not a law.
so that's what Brad was saying last week, it's not law.
Yeah.
These companies that are forcing that, do they, I know this is getting off topic.
No, it's not.
If they're forcing, if an employee is forcing the vaccine or whatever to retain your employment, what happens if this backfires on them?
And it could,
Is there
and
gonna-
that's why I have some folks, some organizations that are making the decision to mandate it, and but the majority are not at this point in time.
I mean, if they give you a deadline date saying you do it by this
Yeah.
day or you don't have a job, I mean,
Correct.
that's legal, they can do that?
Yes, yes. And even when this all started, yeah, what now?
Kansas is a right to work.
Correct.
Florida doesn't have to.
Doesn't even have to give a reason. And just so you know, when this all first started, when we didn't have vaccines and people had policies in regards to wearing masks or not wearing masks, I had a lot of people fire a lot of people because they refused to wear the mask. They had that right to do that. So it's going to be interesting.
It has been.
It's going to continue to be interesting what people decide to do in this regard, because I know people are still pretty adamant. You know, we have a 60% vaccination rate with most of the employment adult population, so we're not quite there yet. But I don't know, I'm not worried about that right now. I continue to kind of watch it and see what it's doing. But right now, the federal contractors are the big target. They're the big target, not the large employers. So,
Well, my real thumb's why I worry about something I can't control.
amen. And I just don't like to worry about things when it's not a done deal yet. I mean, I just know, it's kind of like, I just know how the legal system works. It's not a quick, swift process. And so I just tell people, just don't worry about it until we have to worry about it. So there you go. So that on page 2 just talks about, hey, we need to look at the employee handbook. On page 3, the one thing on the very bottom, the compensation and legal issues, you guys need to have updated job descriptions for all the positions here. Some people have them, some people don't. And even when I met with the respective leadership, I probably put half have, job descriptions, the other half do not. And why are job descriptions so important? Number one, it tells people what the heck your expectations are of them. It's like, hey, this is what I expect. But there are 2 legal components to this document. The first is Americans with Disabilities Act. Unfortunately, I have to deal with folks that maybe physically or mentally cannot do the job, the essential job functions anymore. Let me give you an example, like a lineman or a line person, going out within the utility unit and they can't get up the pole anymore. Well, I have to start making business decisions. Can I accommodate this person, or do I sever the relationship because they can't do the job anymore? They have to be put somewhere else within the organization. So that's one reason. The third reason for job descriptions, you guys have done a really good job of going out and putting, time clocks, in, and basically having some mechanism to track people's time. But the key to a job description is it tells me how you pay them, meaning salaried or hourly. And it's very easy to go out, and I can give this to you. It's called an FLSA checklist. It's Fair Labor Standards Act. Bottom line is it's the employer's responsibility to pay that individual appropriately according to what they do. So most people who get in trouble with the Department of Labor not paying them appropriately is they're paying them salary when they should be paying them hourly, and they're not giving them that overtime, compensation. We can help you once you get your job descriptions. If you want us to audit to see if they're in the right category, we can. But the great majority of your folks within the county should be in that non-exempt or that hourly status. People that are more in the salaried status are leadership or they're technical, they have an expertise. So that's usually just right off the bat who should be in that category, but you can't make that determination unless you have a job description. And if you were ever to get audited, let's say someone complained and said, I should have been hourly and I should have gotten overtime compensation all these years. The Department of Labor will come in, that's the first thing they ask for is the job description. So it doesn't take that long for us to get together, but I just wanted you to know that's why I consider it critical, because it'll just cover you guys in that particular arena. So that's number 2 thing. If you go to number 4, I'm just highlighting the ones that training. I do think training on a regular basis with your leadership would be helpful. I ask them a lot during the process, do you get leadership training on a regular basis or HR training? Just like you guys saw me, that's the best way to put it, is some type of training to help them hire, coach, letting people go, what are the policies, nothing complicated, but just some training in that regard. And if we do make changes to the employee handbook or job descriptions or that kind of stuff, it would be helpful to communicate that with the leadership and with the staff. So they're aware of it. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing it with Marshall County. I just signed a contract with them, and I'm gonna do it every other month for only 4 sessions to kind of give them the basics of being a leader. So that's just a suggestion, and it's only because the great majority of people that I talk to within leadership haven't had that opportunity before. So, and I'm a real big believer. I hate full-day trainings. I hate half-day trainings. I call them lunch and learn series. It's like we get together from 11 to 1, and I come and we talk about one subject matter. And it's just, like I said, it's more effective that way, because I don't know about you guys, but half
Guys
a day
glaze
or,
over.
well, I know, I don't want to do it, and,
I don't think
and
anybody's attention span. does
I don't think so either.
Mine doesn't.
So like I said, that's a suggestion based upon getting the feedback from leadership. And the
Elected or not, it's
Yeah.
immaterial.
immaterial, I mean, it's one of those, I think you'd be surprised, now that I've met everybody, and that if they knew that, I was doing it, and it's not a mandatory, you know, we highly encourage it, and we'll pay for your, lunch, you know, and come here, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. So, there you go. I gotta have to ask Marshall if they're gonna make it mandatory. And I'm one of these where I know I can't get everybody there. I know I can't get everybody there. So you guys can report me too. So in case someone cannot make it for whatever reason, it's available to them. So that's something to think about. Then the last thing on page 5, right in the middle of the page, I know you have an application form, I just haven't gotten it. And so it's one of those where I know we'll have to do some updating on that one as well too. That's something that, I'll give you some administrative. Yeah, I know that that's something that we can help you with in regards to updating it. Now, I know we're gonna go over the sick leave now too. I just wanna give this to you so you guys can look over. There's other things in here, but what I found is that is the most critical is the HR documentation and getting it up to speed. And we came way below, you know, when I said I was gonna do this, it's gonna be 40 hours. I don't know what the final total is, but I'm nowhere near that.
Use about half.
Half, okay. Thank you. Look at you. Jason's on it. He goes,
I think 23 hours, that's all, yeah. I remember.
So, I mean,
Yeah,
but here's what I would recommend segueing into. Thank you.
Most of the offices use that. I know the sheriff's office uses something a
Something
little
else.
more specific.
Yes,
because of-
because they do have a law enforcement act.
Right.
We definitely understand that. So we have a basic retainer that basically does all your HR documentation, and then you guys can call us when you need us. And it's $350 a month. And so that's what I would recommend. Now, if you guys want to just continue on and just do an hourly to get this HR documentation done, that's up to you. But I wanted you to know that I'm going to follow up with you on that proposal after this, so you can see that contract to see what you can get to basically solve it and also have the HR consultation. I will say what was nice and beneficial by meeting all your leaders, they get comfortable with us. And we've had a few phone calls about payroll and about the, you know, systems and people clocking in and clocking out. And that's perfect. Those are perfect questions that we like to get. And then we get those, you know, feedback back to them. Because I know they're trying to do the right thing, you know, on clocking in and clocking out and compensating people appropriately. And so since we have a legal team, the last one that I know that was asked, one of our attorneys just really quickly, you know, did it and got it back to Mary Kay and her crew.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So
That's nice to have somebody to ask those things.
yeah, because I know they were, and I gotta admit, I was kind of stumped on it too. And then I thought, well, there's legal implications to this. Because at the end of the day, when you're talking people's compensation, it's pretty cut and dry and black and white, you know, according to the law. Correct. So it's just getting that information, having the law in front of you so we can administer it appropriately. So that, I'll segue into, I know you really want to talk about this magical sick leave. I don't know if it's magical. On the left-hand side of this packet, here are my talking points. The current sick leave policy concerns, and the number one concern is the unlimited amount of sick leave that can be accumulated. I have over 400 clients, and I've never seen that language ever. And I mean that lovingly.
I can tell.
I've just never seen that, where it's kind of like infinity, you know? Bam! So that's a concern. And then the other concern is upon termination, you know, of employment, they get up to 90 days unused sick leave and it may be paid out at 50%. And the other thing that I want to emphasize about that is rarely, not all the clients, but rarely do I see an employer pay out sick leave, okay? It's rare. They pay out vacation, they pay out that, but sick leave was not designed for a payout at the end of, I mean, that's not what it was designed for. So, the one time, or the times, maybe the handful of times, maybe 10 times out of the 400, that I have seen sick leave distributed to someone, meaning a percentage, was not upon termination, it was upon retirement. It was considered a retirement incentive. Now, I don't know enough about the numbers that you have with people that have left, if it has been retirement, if it has been at the end of their career, or if it was just they went to someplace else.
We've been in office, I've been with the all been retirement.
Okay, which is,
I can
which
tell you,
is,
we've written a check just like what you've done.
yeah, correct,
Actually, a little bit more.
correct.
So,
So and that's why I'm one of these type of people, well, let me just do this for an example, so I can see what the heck you're paying out here. And I always go with the max, meaning if someone who was is making $60,000 a year, and they're at the max on sick leave, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is hoarding their vacation, it adds up. And I gotta admit, strategically, if I work for y'all, I do the same darn thing. I would give my notice at the end of December, so I would carry over this is on vacation, I would carry over my 100, and I would accrue all that time within the year, and I could get the maximum payout. So, here,
But what they accrue for the new year only comes a month at a time.
yes, correct.
Doesn't come all at one month.
Doesn't come out all at
Just
once.
want
So,
to make
but
sure we're on the same page.
yeah, so that's what I was assuming, that you accumulated, so that's why I was saying they would give their notice at the very end of the year. They would accumulate all of that
Yep.
and then give their notice. And if you're in a retirement mode, you know when you're gonna retire, you can plan that. And so that's would be something that I would plan. I mean, so there you go.
I think we do have language that says upon termination.
The payout of sick. Yeah, I think most of the time it's, I mean, just with our turnover rate here being so low,
Yeah.
it's really retirement that we're paying it out for. But
Correct.
I think it is applicable to anybody that leaves
Yes.
on good terms, you know, what I mean, with the county.
So my recommendations are you do need to establish a maximum amount of sick leave hours. It cannot be unlimited. Now, I can't make that business decision. I'm gonna throw out numbers here, but at the end of the day, you do need to have an amount to say, this is all you get. And then you also probably need to look at establishing a lower payout. I'm not saying eliminate it, but it needs to be more reasonable. Because if you look at all the ways they can cash out, you know, with vacation and sick leave, it's substantial. And so here's the positive and negative with this system. I do want to go back to the first thing that I said when I came in this room, is I'm really proud of the level of tenure that you have within this, you know, county. And, you know, if I were to keep a system such as this and continue to benefit people that are, you know, a part of this organization, you guys would be one of them because you have such good tenure and low turnover. It's just like with anything. Where do you want to spend your money? Where do you want to spend your money? I mean, I don't know enough about your respective budgets, but I do know a number one factor in any budget is compensation and people. People. Correct. And if you want to keep the people happy, and obviously they looked at this and they took advantage of it, you can't get mad at people for taking advantage of something that's right in front of them. You do want to high five them and go, good job, but
You actually read it.
good job. Wow.
Good for you.
Good for you. So it's one of those where, that's where I came up with, with recommendations is maybe because they have had this in front of them, it has been a benefit to them for a long time, grandfathering people in, honoring that. And we're not talking about a lot of people right now. I mean, and that's why I brought the spreadsheet that Mary Kay gave me. We're talking about 14, 15 people are in that, I call it 720 hour, where they're at the max. So if they were to leave tomorrow, they would get the max payout. Now, so I would say grandfather those folks in, honor it. And then as effective on, basically if you make a change, make it effective January 1 of 2022. And wherever these folks are at, it's like they're frozen. They're frozen at that max. So they can still go 10, 15 years and get that paid out 10, 15 years later. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so like some of these that are like 975,
Correct.
they're stuck at 975, but they can still
cash
Take
out
advantage of
720. And what I'm saying about the 9, which one are you looking at? Let's pick someone. There's a couple.
7 down.
7 down. Who is it?
They may not want to say.
Okay. Okay, so 1,052.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay, 1,052, what I'm saying is they would still get that 1,052, but 720 would be for a payout. It'd be frozen, but this extra would be, used for an extended leave type of situation. Because at the end of the day, they've accumulated this time for sick leave. What if they do have a catastrophic injury? What if they do have, cancer? What if they do have a family member? We're not taking that away from them. They can still use it. And they can still honestly dip down below that 720. You see what I'm saying? That even that years go by, they still have that capability of using it. But we just got to stop the madness somehow. And I'm trying to do it in a respectful way to the folks that have done a really good job of accumulating their sick leave in case they have an emergency. Now, I always thought I was young and spry and nothing would ever happen to me. And I've been in HR long enough, you just don't know what the world is going to bring you when it comes to a serious illness. So I'm not saying take this away from them. It's just that they can only accrue so much and we're at the max with these folks. So, and if they dip down below it, they can still accrue up to it. Because they're grandfathered in.
Then anything over that
Other
is
than
used for an extended
leave
only.
So that's a suggestion. Everything that I'm giving to you is suggestions. Because, I'm trying to figure out the best way, to do this without upsetting the apple cart completely. Then the next group that's here is, I call it the second tier, where they're not up to 720, but they still are high, on the sick leave.
The 300 to 700 people.
Correct. And so I basically put here that we've got approximately 60 employees that would be between the 360 to the 720, and they would still receive their maximum payout too, meaning that 50% payout upon termination. But now that we're moving the needle to 360 as the max, let's say they have 500, they would still get their 50% at 500. But no one, there's so many others, this is only 30 some odd people. The rest of the county would be with this new system. Now, the only negative with doing this, and I'm looking at Mary Kay.
Is tracking all of
Oh, it is. It's the administration of it.
it? Yeah.
It would be, I mean, it would have to be beyond, because you all are elected. This is gonna be happening 10, 15 years from now. We may not be here. And so we have to document that this decision was made, and we have to give to these individuals a piece of paper honoring that we are grandfathering them in. And then everybody else, will be at this new system. But once you grandfather people in, they start retiring, and then it's slowly.
Yes, and I got to retire next month.
Yeah, sorry. Jason knows. Yeah. Now, I'm going the conservative route. I'm grandfathering people in, I'm doing that, I'm trying to do the right thing. Now, I'm not saying that you can't make a business decision and say, we can't afford this. We need to make a decision now to, cut people's respective balances down to X, put the rest in the extended leave bank, that kind of thing. I'm not saying that you can't do that. I mean, this is completely up to you. This is a business decision. There's no legal ramifications for this. It's just that whatever you decide to do, you have to be consistent with it. You can't say, I'm gonna do for one and not do for
It needs
all.
to be across the board.
Correct.
Well, I got a couple questions for you.
Sure, yeah.
There's one, and I don't know why we do this, the non-elected department heads got sick leave, and I don't know why.
Second vacation.
They're
They're talking about salary.
they're salaried employees and they're getting sick leave, and I don't know why we're doing
Okay. It's not unusual for salaried individuals to get sick leave, so.
that. But what does it matter if you're paid salary? I mean, you're getting paid whether you're at work or not, correct?
True, but it's one of those that many of the organizations I represent, they're pretty consistent across the board, giving people sick leave and vacation, irregardless of their salary or non-exempt, status. They accrue usually according to, and you saw this, people accrue according to tenure, not according to salaried or hourly.
I mean, that can be changed too, though, right?
That absolutely can be changed. That absolutely can be changed. Now, I'm just a big believer, Jason, you brought up a good point. I've only had maybe a handful of clients make a distinction of between salaried and non-exempt in regards to what they accrue and what they get. And talk about an administrative nightmare, that it's rare.
But if you're salaried, because Mary Kay, you don't get sick time, do you?
No, but I'm elected.
But you're elected, but what's the difference other than being elected? Your salary, their salary, why?
Good question.
Yeah,
It's basically just another perk
If
that
you're sick, I mean, you're still getting paid because you're
that we
salaried.
offer to the department heads that have to be hired by the board.
I think one thing with the elected personnel, you can get fired, it's hired by the people, so. Unless you get recalled, you're in for 4 years.
Right, and another.
You don't even have to show up.
Another
to
department
get
head,
your paycheck.
different department head.
I mean, in all honesty, you don't.
I know, it is
You don't.
true.
But, yeah, I mean, obviously in 4 years, you wouldn't be good for elected.
Yep, you're right.
But I see what you're saying. But it's one of those where, if this is the time to totally gut your system. I mean, the problem is.
I don't want to tip the whole cart of apples.
I know, I mean, but I'm
A lot of
telling,
things run through my head
I
here.
know, but the problem is, and that is what I want to talk to you strategically about, is once you rip the Band-Aid off, it's better to rip it off at once than, keep on ripping it. Yes,
slowly peeling it.
yes. And I didn't know until Mary Kate sent this to me. The last time a change was made was in 2012. So we've gone almost 10 years here without any major changes to, the respective system. And I don't really have any problems with your system, except you have an unlimited amount of sick leave to accumulate. That's ridiculous. I don't care. People can talk to me until the world goes level. I can prove to them over and over again, there's very few, if not any, that do that. So that to me is a, that's typical business. And then I do think the portion of the payout and the max is too high. I mean, I want to incentivize people, but it's, man, after seeing that you can get a $10,000 check upon termination, on a $60,000 salary and blah, 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 so those are the only two things that I think. Everything else about your respective policy is pretty normal.
Would we be better off to go to like just a straight PTO?
How
How many people do you work with that do that?
Probably about half do PTO, and that's a business decision. You go from one bucket to two, from two buckets to one bucket. And then you would consolidate the payout because you'd only get one payout, not multiple payouts.
I think with our vacation and sick leave, you gotta highlight it on 15 plus.
Yeah.
That's 42 days a year. That would be paid. You got 21 here.
Yeah,
All hours
21 day
are
there.
Sick and
Yeah.
vacation's the same.
Yeah, and the reason
That's 42
I
days a year.
broke out, that's exactly right. I mean, the payout,
Sick is just 8 hours a month, so a
yeah,
day a month,
yeah,
so 12 days for the whole year,
yes,
right?
yes, that, meaning accrues.
So it'd be 33 total days between sick and vacation, right?
That's what I was wondering.
Well, it-
On
you're
sick,
probably
it doesn't matter how
holidays,
long
too.
you've been here,
Yeah,
you only get 8 hours a month,
yeah,
so a day a month.
but it's just that people that have been here a while, they've accumulated up to these astronomical balances.
And can I just throw one thing
Yeah,
in? I'm just gonna
absolutely.
say, when we talk about, I really feel, I hate to generalize and say that I know what all the employees feel like, but I definitely, I think that like, as far as the people that have that high sick leave balances, I think they're people that are dedicated to their job and want to be here, whenever they can. And also, I don't look at it, I don't think they're looking at, well, yeah, but look at all the money I can have when I leave. I think they're looking at, like we talked about, if something happens
Correct.
and I'm in the hospital a month, or my wife is in the hospital for
Correct.
a month or something, then I'm covered for a little while, you know what I mean? I
And
don't have to worry about
But aren't there's
income coming in.
leave things you can sign up for too, and they're, what do they call it, FMLA or?
Well, I mean, it's an open book. I mean, you could get them a long-term disability, short-term disability policies. There's so many things we could do. So we could do a 0 day. So on the day it happens, you instantly get your pay. I mean, that might be cheaper options to help save the county money, but yet you still give that cushion to the employee. There's all kinds of options.
But
we can look
then
at.
more than likely, the employee will be the one paying for that policy.
Well, there's ways to look at it. Yes or no. You know what I mean? It's-
And Jason, what you said about FMLA,
Mhm.
that only protects you keeping your job. It doesn't protect you, it doesn't give
You
you
don't
any
get paid.
pay.
yeah,
You just have to.
Well, but there's another one that,
Yeah.
that's what my
like
wife
what
has.
he's
If you're
talking
gone for extended time, they
It
got.
probably has some kind of short-term
Yeah, it's a short term.
disability or long-term. Yeah.
and that's why I put down there, also the commissioners need to explore a short-term or long-term disability program, because what I see with the current system that you have, you can still have it where they can accrue up to 90 days, paid and have maybe this extended leave. But then if they go to a long-term disability program, most do not go into effect until you've been disabled for 90 days.
Right, and I have those policies, I've got a
Yeah.
long-term and a short-term, so, I mean, mine's set on day 0.
Yeah.
It'll pay for a year. And it'll pay my wage for a year, and after a year, it stops paying. Well, my long-term pays it, I think it's 90 days, so
And
there for 3
and I-
months,
just
9
as
months, I'll
another-
get paid both.
Another aside, I pay for long-term disability, short-term and long-term disability for my staff because it's so cost-effective. I mean, the premiums on a short-term and a long-term disability plan, yeah, very cheap.
Versus letting them bank up.
Correct, correct.
So on those kind of policies, is that just for the employee or would it be for the employee's immediate family?
That's a good question. It's usually just for the employee.
And so if you've got a spouse that's ill or kids that are ill, or even a parent,
Correct,
you've got to be with.
correct.
Yeah, there's all kinds of options. That would be a lot of discussions.
A lot of
But,
discussion.
numbers on paper,
Correct.
make a lot of decisions.
I know, but that's what I started to do, was just looking at and crunching numbers. And I still could crunch more numbers, meaning if everybody on this retired at the age of 65 and when, and you know, how much would that be?
We don't want to know that.
We know it's gonna be a
You don't
lot.
want to know that number?
We haven't finalized the budget, then we better not.
Well, it's just like with anything, you just hope that 10 of them don't do it in 1 year.
We're up to
Seven.
7 this year.
Okay, 7. Well, but then with that 7, it would be interesting where they're at on here. I mean, that just decreases your numbers. Then we're not looking at 30, we're looking at more, 22. So there's no easy answer for this one, but I just wanted you to know that
Yeah, I
some
looked at
decisions
that.
have to be made. But I do like to honor, and the ones that I've done, the majority that I've done, I was 75%, we've done the grandfathering. And it's just because it's, my attitude is it is what it is. Let's budget accordingly, let's change the policy, let's move on.
I agree with Mary Kay. These guys are dedicated to show up to put in that, to
Amen.
get that kind of time.
And that's where I had, sometimes we all get consumed with the numbers, but, I got to meet your people and I started thinking differently about it because I am out and about all the time and, a lot of people that are here that are on this respective page have been with the county a long time. And so, I want to honor that.
That's an age-old problem. Your heart says this,
Yeah,
but
correct,
the numbers say that.
correct.
Your constituents say that. That's the real thing, the bugging your ear.
Yeah.
So that
But you gotta retain talent.
disability insurance seems like that would be expensive.
It's not, but it's just like with anything, you need to get quotes, but you'd be shocked. I mean, I think I pay $10,
Yeah.
on someone, it's like that cheap.
I don't know why, I think it should be, it just seems like it'd be one of those deals.
Well,
but-
I have on all my staff, and I pay for it, short-term, long-term disability, and, life insurance policies. So it's one of those where you just don't know until you get a quote and you look at that option. So, and you're a large enough employer, you should have some type of plan. When I work for large employers such as yourself, the employer would probably take on short-term disability and pay that premium and then put the cost back on the employee for like long-term. And it comes up like $15 a month to get long-term disability insurance. It's not astronomical. And you'd be surprised how many people take that.
Can be a pre-tax payroll deduction.
I don't know about that, because it's been a long time since I've had my nose in the
I
books.
think so,
think it would be,
because,
Because they do that with health
yeah,
insurance.
we work with that a lot, and I'm sure that
Well, that's
all.
pretty good motivation too, if that's a pre-tax thing.
Mhm. So it's something to look into. And I just, like I said, with what I do for a living, all I want for my respective staff is to be covered and safe in case something happens. Because everybody thinks nothing's gonna ever happen to them. You're human and it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when. And so that's why we have these discussions, is we wanna do that, but we wanna do it cost effectively. So. Okay, some things to think about. I will send you the 2 options if you want us to help you fix these things. That give you enough time to look it over and those are my priorities. You may go through this and you say, we want this to be a priority too. It's just like, you brought this to me saying this is a priority, so I made it a priority. So I will do the same thing with what you need if you go through that assessment and there's something else that you want.
It's a wonderful benefit, that 50%. It's, you
Yeah,
know, a
it is.
wonderful benefit.
Mhm.
The people that, the downside to it, if they come to work, when they shouldn't be. Hey, I'm gonna get $40, all I gotta do is go to work. I'm gonna sit in the corner, but, you know,
You know, that's why a lot of employers quit incentivizing, sick leave. It's because they didn't want people to come to work sick.
What we've been through the last year and a half.
Correct.
well, and I was, it's such a, the opposite end of the spectrum with my wife who taught school for 28 years. They paid her $1 a day. I said, why bother? I mean, come
I'm
on.
not gonna say.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
There you go. Well, if you have any questions, give me a call. We can continue the discussion. So,
Well,
I got a question for you, Dee.
yes,
If you help us set up job descriptions, how do we, okay, I'm just gonna say this, we're looking to hire a county health officer.
yes.
And we know starting off that this is gonna be a really busy job. Well, how do we determine in 5 years from now that that needs to be a part-time job? You know, you go to that person, oh yeah, I'm really super busy, and they continue to keep it as a full-time position. Is that an HR per job, or is that for us to babysit to make sure that people are being worked accordingly? I guess is how you say that, or?
That's something that, leadership needs to be honest. I mean, I met your respective leadership, they're in the field, they're,
But the leadership of this person would be us, I guess.
yeah, correct.
But
And,
I could sit there all day and watch you do paperwork, and you might be drawing pictures, and how do I know what you're doing?
correct. Reassessments happen, with particular positions, so if you're curious, if just like we did an assessment on the HR, I know if people are working or not. I did an assessment for a client who went through an acquisition, and there was one gentleman that I interviewed, and I knew he wasn't doing anything, and I called him out on it. I go, what are you doing? Just tell me what you're doing. And basically, he was drinking coffee and driving from location to location, or job site to job site. That's it. And, so we had to sit down and either, do we have enough work for this guy, or do we need to reassess? So you have to do that sometimes.
But is that an HR spot, or is that,
It could be something we can help facilitate.
because they work there a few hours a week? It's-
Correct. But that means that you then one-sided, come back to you and say, hey, this is what I found out, and you make a business decision at that point in time. But, a county health, you don't have someone in that position right now?
If it's contracted and they resign, or form their contract. So
Okay.
we're looking to hire it underneath the county now instead of being a
Gotcha.
contract position.
Okay. Well, it's one of these where people have to be honest with you.
And I was just using that as an example.
I
We were
know.
talking about it the other day, do we hire 2 people, 3 people, 1 person? you
Always
know?
start with one. The good news is you've contracted it, for so long. Is another contractor an option? Or you want to do something different?
And nobody wants the job.
Nobody wants a job. And why is that?
You want to be a public health official during coronavirus?
No.
You want the job?
No. Well, that's just it, is, we're in a weird situation right now. So that's why I'm saying you may not find someone who wants that job.
Right.
And so if even a contractor won't take it,
They want the whole ball of wax,
what does that mean?
the health department and everything.
Oh, really?
So we've got another one that's got the contract for the health department, so it's a situation I think we're still trying to work ourselves through.
Okay.
And we don't want to do anything irrational that in 3 years from now we're gonna regret.
Well, the cool thing about what we do, meaning the decisions that we make, even with the policies that we're talking about, you can change. It's employment at will. So what you need now is what you need now, but who knows what you need
Well, that's
in
the
2 or
problem.
3.
I think some of the other stuff in the county though too, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody, 4 years from now, there might be 3 different people sitting in these seats not knowing why we did what we did today.
Correct. But, you know, you have to do the same thing that those prospective commissioners will have to do. You have to make decisions on what's in front of you. So, but if you need someone full-time now and start with that, then start with that. And then have those discussions with them on a semi-regular basis with updates, like what the heck they're doing. I hate to say it, once you get into this role of knowing what people do and what they're doing or not doing, it's just like there's a gentleman I'm gonna have to give a come to Jesus meeting with. He's the head of a nonprofit. And I introduced him to someone who was in charge of a foundation that was willing to give him $15,000, and all he had to do was write a few things on a piece of paper. I made that introduction, and I've had,
I need one of them.
I know, I can make introductions, I'm telling you, I'm pretty magical. Well, what upset me is I went to dinner with the person that I introduced him to, and she said he'd never followed up. $15,000?
You need to follow up.
And he didn't follow up. I know he's not doing anything. And it's because when you sprinkle little things to see what people are doing and how they follow up, talk is cheap in my world. I mean, if I were in your role, I mean, and I'm on a respective board, talk is cheap. What have you done? What are we doing? Where are we going? And you can't talk your way out of stuff. Either you're doing it or you're not. And so, there you go.
We, little side note, we've got a lot of help with these time clocks.
Yeah, and
But there's a lot of companies I've talked to since then, they got an app on their phone, and once you clock in, it tracks you everywhere you go all day long, and so you clock back out, like, you know, if we didn't trust you, we could go to that system, there's nothing you can do about it.
Correct,
You know, I'm not trying to be that guy. but,
yeah. No,
I mean, everything's got its own level of how you want to.
correct. I mean, I hate to say it, whether you're paper or you're electronic, if people can be deceitful with either one.
If you want to cheat the system, there's a way. to cheat.
Correct. So that's just it, is the reason I know that you wanted to go this route is for the data purposes. And it is, you're never, I mean, believe me, when I bought my business, that was the first thing I did, is make everything electronic. And we made, you know, our efficiencies go off the charts. But, you know, at the end of the day, I trust my people that they're doing X, Y, Z, P, D, Q. But I know the right questions to ask to see if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So, but if you need someone full-time now, get them. And then don't worry about 3 or 4 years from now. Just like this gentleman that I'm gonna have a come to Jesus meeting, I hired him, we tried it. I'm probably gonna have to sever the relationship with him because he's not being truthful. So there
I
you
just
go.
want to bring
Okay.
up one last thing before you
Yes.
leave. Christina had also submitted a compensation analysis proposal, I think back in July.
That's true.
Yes.
And somehow, I look back and we had tabled it, and then I failed to keep it on the agenda.
Well, that came
So I'm
down to
not sure
hours,
what
we didn't know
happened.
how much we were wanting to spend.
So if you want to,
And
Found
it's-
out there wasn't a lot of job descriptions.
Well, you
that-
can't do one of those until you get the job descriptions,
Right.
because I have to compare apples to apples.
Well, I'm wondering if we don't make all our department heads list out each position's their titles that they have, make the job descriptions, because that individual should know what they're supposed to be doing. Submit that to us, and then we can go down and make sure that,
And then you can let her
Yeah.
fine tune them. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, if we
What-
get, we
what
get
we-
less time
once
involved.
you
you're
get
starting
the,
out with a blank piece of paper, you better to have something that has.
what is,
Well-
what I like, now that's a good question, Jason. What I like is job titles. You give me the job titles, I'll put the template together. So it's basically, I hate to say it, since I deal with so many other entities, I can at least get a good template for them. And then I give it back to them and they finalize it. And then once it's finalized, then I can finalize the compensation survey. It usually takes 1 to 3 hours per position to look at. So depending on what you
said
want to do.
84 different titles.
There's 84 different titles, you know, but some of these I've already done. That's just it, is I have to look at the titles. Some are easy peasy because, I mean,
Road and bridge, most of the guys out there,
What was it, 175?
And we just came up with that number by going through the reorganization document and trying to count all the different
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
even with reorg, I wouldn't mind like
positions that,
changing some things. I feel like a fish out of water. We're looking at doing pay raises. We're wanting to do a decent amount for them, but I want to know if we're even in the ballpark. I mean, I'd tell you, I think a starting clerk pay is way too low. I mean, that's just my humble opinion, $14.22 an hour. Not gonna get it anymore, but, and then I want to make sure we're not giving too much to the other end. I want to be where we should be able to be.
you,
Fair pay and
correct,
if it's needed, I don't mind. I mean, if there's some positions, we've got to jump from $2 an hour. I have no problem doing that, changing that. Maybe, it seems like there's a lot of job titles just to get a higher pay because of the scale that we're on.
correct.
I know we've had discussions about, instead of, on the scale, doing more earn type raise system, the department heads making that.
Mhm.
But I think we can whittle a lot of that out because there's a lot of assistants to deputies to the assistant there, because it's like, why don't we just trim this down? If that job says it's an $18 an hour job, let's give them $18 an hour instead of having all these titles and labels on them. If that's what they need, and that's what it should be paying, we should be paying.
So I always, Christina,
Mm-hmm.
been trying my feet on job descriptions. I mean, that description can be either as vague or as specific as it's drafted.
Mm-hmm. So that's up to us, meaning at this level. If the essential job functions are 5 things,
Yeah.
it's not substantive. I'm kind of going back to what Jay says, like, is this a full-time job?
well,
I mean, so but the only thing that should be vague on a job description is one thing. Other duties assigned, by the supervisor. I mean, the majority of what we do, but I also, not to be totally sarcastic, but I mean, sometimes people make job descriptions 3 pages long and they break out every little, like I walked over and I made a copy, like it should be encompassing of everything that you do, but even like my job, I could put it into 7 bullets. I mean, I'm in charge of the finances, I'm in charge of the sales, I'm in charge of,
Yeah.
it's kind of global.
My biggest fear, I guess, is that you addressed it. It's somebody saying, well, I'm on the bridge crew, I'm not gonna go seal, I'm not gonna run the oil on the oiler because it says right here, oiler's not on there.
Or any other duties assigned by the supervisor.
I always tell, I mean, people like that, I love to talk to because I tell them, if it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical, you go do it.
Yeah.
And people that say that's not in my job description, don't go very far with me.
I was gonna say, have you ever had anybody quit because of giving them a job description?
No,
It's not one of the things I'll get used to.
yeah, it's one of those that where, I hate to say it, what we're doing, we're not doing anything differently than what they're doing on a daily basis, we're just articulating it in writing.
Yeah, put it in writing so we can.
That's all.
and making it easier if you have to replace that position
Correct.
to.
Well, where we have a road and bridge supervisor, we would have a job description and not have to list the individualized job.
But in defense of, I'll never forget, my first job out of college, they gave me this cool title and they told me what they wanted me to do. Everything was verbal. Well, maybe 7 or 8 months into the job, I came to work one day and guess what was on my desk? My job description. And you know why my job description was on my desk? Because I was only doing about 80% of what they wanted me to do. The other 20%. And so they finally articulated it, so in
Now you know where
defense,
you needed to be.
yeah, it's
And
in
sometimes it helps individuals.
exactly, in defense of people, we all inherit things. Like even the business I have, I inherited things and I had to learn on my own, but if I were to take over Mary Kay's job tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be taking over a lot of things that Mary Kay's already done, but if the commissioners want something else, you gotta tell me.
Yeah.
You gotta articulate it to me. So then, people who do get a little, like, you're putting my job in writing, dude, you're just doing this job and just articulating it. And honestly, you'll get a lot of people who will participate and who is on the back end. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm with an organization, they're trying to do the right thing, and they tell them, in order for us to do a compensation study, everybody within your area has to have a job description within the next 3 months. And we will help them. I will not let anyone fly solo without a template to at least.
I was saying, so the way that you acted like you would do it was.
Yeah.
Each department head would give you a list of their titles.
Correct,
Under their department,
yes.
and then you would formulate a
Yeah.
job description, and then you bring it back to us.
Yeah.
And then we would say, yep, they do that, no, they don't
Correct.
do this.
That's exactly right. Because I know I'm not gonna nail it 100, but I'm gonna get at least so they know this is what I'm looking for. This is kind of what I, see. But it's just like Nemaha Marshall Cooperative, we just did a job description deal with them, and we did the exact same thing. We basically were going back and forth, give me the job titles, I got the templates. Now Kathleen actually came all the way down to my office to finalize them, just because it was a lot easier to be face-to-face and doing that. And if we have to come back up here, what was very beneficial was when I was in here all day and just people came, then we could get it done a lot quicker too.
I did work good.
It did work really good, so, and I have no problems coming up.
How many employees does Mount Marshall have roughly?
And you know how Marshall, they don't have a lot.
20?
They have maybe 25, yeah. So, but, we work with other cooperatives, so they didn't have to, that's why she came to me. She knew I already had all the job descriptions, that she just needed to customize it to her respective cooperative.
Do you work with other counties where you help them set up job descriptions? So you kind of have a,
Yeah. Yep. Clay County as well as Jackson County. Have I done a compensation survey for y'all? No. But it's funny, I do business with Kansas Association of Counties as well as K-Camp. They may have some data that, we don't even have to go very far for. But even before we can get that data, you gotta be structured on your side and ready to go. So,
I would-
We got that several years in a row.
yeah.
Everybody's so different.
Yeah.
That's Cheyenne County and Johnson.
Mhm, mhm.
So,
Yeah.
talk to some of them counties and they got a budget of $3 million, they,
yeah. So I've got one more question, or at least for me. The handbook.
Yes.
Give me that scenario. We went through that with Tracy,
Mhm.
line by line. We spent hours doing that. You envision that?
No. What I would do, because I told you it's already a good
You kind of
handbook.
put that in there in our, that email you gave us where you scratched out.
Yeah.
the major.
Correct. That's exactly what we would do. We would go through the document and put comments in the side and say, you might want to rethink this, or this needs to be changed, or this needs to be added, or this needs to be deleted. So it will be a much different process.
The drug and alcohol policy is a different animal. Is that, everybody said that.
You know what? I love drug and alcohol policies, and I just want to make sure that I have everything in there in case we have to make a business decision. And a lot of it has to do with reasonable suspicion. If I have a reasonable suspicion about somebody.
That's a moving target, isn't it, with it all?
so what kind of legal, we kind of had a situation, and,
I think I've heard about this situation during the leadership.
well,
day.
it was, we mentioned everybody get drug and alcohol tested if they have access to drive a county vehicle, and we were told we cannot do that.
Who told you you couldn't do that?
Somebody told me we could not do that.
An attorney?
Mhm.
Your attorney? Okay. Well, I've never heard that, so.
So I didn't know if your husband kind of handles the law. and this way, doesn't he?
Absolutely,
So I mean, if that was a
absolutely.
question you could run by.
No, and then most insurance companies would worship something like that. If you're saying that you're only gonna be testing,
We only test CDL guys now.
okay, which is the norm, but I'm just saying, if you make a decision, make a policy that you're gonna randomly do anyone that's in a county vehicle or has access to a county vehicle, you can do that, but it's just like with anything, you gotta be consistent.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
kind of gets us in trouble when the department heads want to take the county van to Wichita for a convention. Are they still, I mean, do you exempt them or do you,
Anyone that touches a county vehicle should be in that pool.
us three included? We drove the county van to.
You should be in it. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Parties over here.
Gary, stop it.
Bring that flask in there.
Yeah.
But no, I'm a big person when it comes to leadership. If I make anyone else do anything, and I gotta be in that.
We were just looking at the liability side of it.
Yeah. I don't know, to be honest, I tend to be more in the realm of, I don't really do a lot of things unless I have to. Meaning I trust all my folks to know, and yes, could something horrible happen with them in a company vehicle? But this is where training comes about. And that's where someone like me comes in and says, and it all depends on what guys want us to cover, but like I'm gonna be covering with a group in management training about, the policies, with insurance and not drinking and driving and, all this other kind of stuff. But even if you're out of town and you're with a county vehicle, you've got to adhere to the law. So you can do whatever you want to do, but you just have to be consistent with it. But I don't know if you want to get to that level.
Yeah.
Because it just starts snowballing. Because just like you said, and then you realize, I always say, do not put anything into place in the employee handbook that you can't administer, that you can't, like, I'll give you an example. One of my clients who's in Wamego, he has some unvaccinated staff that were gonna be traveling and then coming back to the office. And he wanted to have me put a memo together to this gentleman to sign off that when he's on this business trip to Kentucky, he will keep his mask on, keep his social distance. And I said, I can't do that because, I can't administer that. He could totally do that the whole time and be totally cool, or he could just not wear a mask and come back. And he understood where I was coming from. So then I told him, I said, okay, this is what we can administer. You can require him when he comes back that he has to take a COVID test before he comes back onto the property. You can do that. So just like you'll find out from me, we only control what we can control. And the problem is with county vehicles and people driving them, I don't know how much I can control them. And if you were to drug test them, I wouldn't do random. I would just do once a year, every person in the county, but that drives a vehicle on the same day. Do you see what I'm saying? Like once a year, and they get
But
the
they wouldn't
hint.
know.
They wouldn't know.
When it was gonna happen.
They wouldn't know when it was gonna happen, and you get it all done at once, but here's the thing, what if someone tests positive? Do you do a second chance agreement, do you let them go immediately? So you always have to think through, if we do that, worst case scenario, because I've had, for one of your best employees is in that pool, and what do you do? And then once you do it for them, you gotta do it for all.
That's fine.
I know I would like to, I guess my timeline, I'd like to have that wage analysis completed, sometime mid-December to make a decision
We're
to
talking
change.
raises for January, it'd be nice.
We could do it, it's just, I just need titles as quickly as possible to get it back to you guys. And what we
had
can do,
something to like mid-November, is that enough time for you to
no,
finish that, so you need it maybe by first of November?
like the end of October, I need I know you guys can get job titles to me
Okay.
quickly. And then give me about a week to 2 weeks to get the job description templates back to you. And just like I mentioned, maybe me coming up a full day to go talk to each leader and get it cranked out. And then by the end of October, we have good job descriptions. So that means all of November, we can be working on the comp survey.
Sometime in December, you get it back to us, so
Yes,
we can do the,
yes. That's the best way to put it. Job descriptions in October, compensation where we do it in November and get it back to you by December 1.
That'd be great, that'd give us time to discuss it.
How much does a compensation survey
It's,
cost?
it's depending on how many, it's anywhere from 1 to 3 hours per position.
We figured 84 positions, wait, it's 175 an hour.
Yes.
So on the high,
On the high side.
That's right.
You're
Don't
like,
trip over that number. That's
I
right.
think that's where we were last time on the high side, it'd be dash.
That's about that.
Yeah, so that,
And on the low side,
it should be about a third of that.
and I,
about 14.
Pretty far down.
Probably fall in the 20 some range, you know,
At
guess.
that rate.
well, and like I said, I always, you guys are figuring this out about me, I always aim
And
high.
I'd rather have it that way to get the sticker shock.
I know,
You told me
but then,
5,000 and it's 7.
I know, but I've always come under budget, and it's just because you guys, the only way I go over budget is when people don't turn it around quickly, it's like,
Just
they
incentivize,
ju-
make sure they get it done.
correct.
So what was the ballpark on that?
44 is high side, 14 is low side, so it's probably in the 20s,
Yes.
mid-range.
20s,
Because we got 84 different job titles,
20, be more specific. 20s,
20,000,
20,000.
so 44,000 on the high side, 14 on the low side.
Yeah, to take,
Just the wage analysis thing?
but that includes the job description and everything.
Yeah,
It does.
Yeah.
Where's the,
That, Gary, that's figuring 3 hours per.
Right, that's
That
high
is-
side,
yeah,
yeah.
some of them are,
well, like I said, I don't know until I see the list. Once I see the list, I go, well, I've got that. Like, I'm doing another one, I have to put together another proposal for one of our clients who wants a comp and benefit analysis. And she sent me all the titles, and I was going through, going, okay, I got that, don't have that, that kind of stuff. And the same thing's gonna happen with y'all.
Mary Kay, what page is, county commissioner's budget at?
Right at the beginning. We'll go over one
There should
page.
be room in our budget to cover that.
Okay.
What I was thinking was, we're at 36, and it's a 67%.
I think we actually budgeted for it next year, though, didn't
Yeah, some of it.
we? We put something in there for our budget next year for each other.
Well, once this is completed, I just, like I said, I really do think a maintenance agreement of $350 per month is what we need to do. And it's just
And how
that,
does that work? Whatever, how many hours a month are we allotted for that? 5 hours? Is that enough?
I think so. I do. I mean, I can't emphasize enough, the majority of the emails or the calls I get is dysfunction. You guys are pretty proactive.
Do we get any on-site visits with that? Like, every other month you stop by and say, how's it going? Or, I mean,
If you want me to, but most people don't. They just,
We've got, we've
Reach out if necessary.
Yeah.
got money in the contractor services. There's some sitting there.
Oh, we
To answer
come up
your
with money,
question-
there's no question.
Jason, we design the relationship any way you want. I'm already up here in other capacities, so it's no big deal.
well, it's just nice, I deal with vendors in Topeka
Yeah.
too. And it's nice once in a while, they'll just pop their head and, hey, how's it going? Nice to
That's
see you. Haven't
true.
seen you in 6
No, I like that too, because I don't know what the
It's more
heck's
of a
going
personal
on.
relationship.
Correct.
Because I can talk to somebody on the phone for 5 years and never have a clue
I know, I'm kind
who they
of,
are.
I'm kind of big on that. When I start doing business with someone, I gotta go visit with them, and not Zoom.
Yeah.
I'm kind of open to Zoom, even though sometimes that's what we have to do, but I don't mind getting in the car. So, well, I will give you a formal proposal on the compensation once I get all the job. I know you gave me 84, but I just kind of want to look at them.
So don't really consider what they have here as
Yeah.
a formal proposal.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
We
I
might
will look
have
at
5
this.
guys all in the same job.
Exactly, and that's what I'm gonna see is, I can consolidate pretty quickly.
Maybe we should make a job descriptions first and stuff.
I don't know. Like I said, once they know, I mean, and I mean this lovingly, when I was with all the leaders, there's no organizational structures, where, so it was hard to know who's doing what and what is everybody's title and that kind of stuff. So this is gonna be good for the restricted leaders to get,
Who's in charge?
correct. Because that was one thing that was missing. And I thought, well, we need to get on this. It's not critical, but it would be helpful. Well, I'll be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming up to see me.
No
Yeah,
problem.
appreciate it.
Bob, good?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
You're so
I wanted to brag about that I thought of his name.
Good job, Gary. His name's
Terry is
Bob.
her name. Bob and Terry.
Right at the end, right before I leave.
I know.
He just did a mic drop.
And I'm just like,
That's all you got on this whole meeting?
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
Bob and Terry. Thanks, Christina.
You want lunch? Yeah. My turn.
I'm gonna use the restroom.
You want lunch?
I kinda left some time at 1.
You want lunch?
Yes. Microwave is ready. You think you have everybody? Restroom you need?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We do, we'll just wait and let them.
Okay, that's fine too. Maybe I'll use the restroom.
Morning.
Oh my, we got a whole bunch, okay. Well, I'll promise you one thing. I'll try to write it down. So what did you tell them? I mean, you guys are more than welcome to come on in if you're
I
waiting.
told them that they have to come in and introduce and all that stuff, so we'll just
I
wait
think-
until
okay,
everybody's sitting
okay.
down and.
Okay, great. Looking forward to it.
Yes. Did you not know your Somebody's been doing something. Sounds like they're supposed to do something.
Okay.
They're mad at you because you can buy the cookies. I think we got cookies out there. We make you buy them again.
Yeah, they did a spill off there, Deborah
Oh,
made a spell out of it, so.
that's all right. It happens.
Who are you?
Monica Stahlbaumer.
Hi, Monica. Gary.
Monica.
Nick.
Nick, I'm
Good morning.
How are you?
Huh?
Dane.
Dane.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Mason.
Mason, nice to meet you.
Addie.
Addie.
How you doing?
Chloe.
Susanna.
Susanna.
Chloe, how you doing?
Katie.
Susanna.
We got Isabel.
Call your name.
Ryan. John. Hi, John.
John.
Hi, Ross.
No, it's not great.
Yeah.
It's like,
You don't sit down there, Kate?
Support.
We got all the room down.
Not you, a line. Okay.
I don't think you'll fit in on
Yeah, I
one,
don't
so
think we're gonna.
just get up there so that they can hear you and everything.
So I'll start. I'm Monica Stahlbaumer. I'm with the Red Rustlers 4-H Club and I'm also an ambassador. And I've been in 4-H, this will be my 12th year. And I'm a senior at Centralia. My favorite part about 4-H is all the life skills I learned and all the friends I make.
My name is Nick Thompson.
I'm part of the Centralia Aces 4-H club. I've been in 4-H for 9 years. My favorite part about 4-H is showing beef, and then I go to Centralia. I'm a junior.
My name is Dan Haverkamp, from Express 4-H Club. My favorite part about 4-H is showing beef, and I go to Nemaha Central. Oh, I'm a sophomore.
My name is Mason Stahlbaumer. I'm a freshman at Centralia. I'm a part of the Red Rustlers 4-H Club. I've been in 4-H for 10 years. Favorite part about 4-H is showing beef.
My name is Addie Haverkamp. I'm from the Pony Express 4-H Club. I'm a freshman at Nemaha Central, and my favorite thing about 4-H is meeting a bunch of new people and showing livestock.
I'm Chloe Strassman. I am a sophomore at Axtell. I am part of the Achievers 4-H Club. This is my 8th year in 4-H, and my favorite part is the events.
My name is Susanna Walker. I've been in 4-H for 6 years. I am part of the Woodlawn Meadowlarks 4-H Club. I'm homeschooled and I am a junior. And my favorite part about 4-H is showing my horse.
I'm Katie Kamen. I'm a sophomore at NC. I'm part of the HHH 4-H Club. And my favorite part about 4-H is all the new experiences I get.
My name is Isabel Walker. I'm part of the Woodlawn Meadowlarks 4-H Club. This is my 6th year in 4-H. My favorite part about 4-H is the county fair. I'm homeschooled and I'm a freshman.
My name is Ryan Uphouse. I'm from the HHHH 4-H Club, and I'm a sophomore at NC. And my favorite part about 4-H is just learning so many new things from all the projects.
My name is John Landrew. I'm a sophomore at NC. I'm in the Pony Express 4-H Club. My favorite part about 4-H is showing dairy cattle.
Oh, they know who I am. Don't bring So, do you have any questions for the kids?
How
Yes.
many had an animal in Hutch in the last 2 weeks? 1, 2.
I think, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the last 2 weeks because it was a dog show. I don't
Well,
know.
to say fair,
Yeah.
whenever it was. Is it still on?
Well, as they pointed out, the dog show was before the fair this year, so they drove it out actually.
I see.
But it is.
So how many had a project down there of some type or another? Great, which means you got a blue ribbon locally, is that not correct?
Purple.
Purple. What's the best?
Purple.
Okay. Yeah.
As any K-State fan would say.
Yeah. It's a dumb question. Yeah. How many went to the state fair? Just one out of you got to go.
She went nowhere.
Did you go to the salt mine down there in Hutch?
Yeah, I didn't.
Did you go to the NASA Museum? Well, what did you do?
You
were at 4-H.
Yeah.
You were at the fair.
Come on a trip.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Maddie, Addie
pleasure
should
again.
tell you about one of her projects that she did at the state fair that I didn't know she had done throughout the year or the summer. Yeah, go for it. Addie, tell them about it. I think it's pretty cool.
Love to hear it.
Okay, so I did the Wild Horse Youth Mustang Challenge. So basically you apply to get a horse and they only choose 26 people. And so then if you get chosen, you go and you choose a Mustang. They have about like 30 to 40 there. And you get to choose. You pick your top 5. And then depending on what group you're in, you either could get your first pick or you get your last pick. So you pick them out in May, and then you have until the state fair in September to train them. And so basically they want you to be able to take them out on the trail and then, not spook or do anything crazy. So you have to, just let them halter, they have to let you halter them and go through water and like a deadfall, which is just like branches and stuff. And then a cowboy curtain, like bridges and all that sort of stuff. So, and then you can adopt the horse or you can auction.
So you had this horse at your house?
Yes, I did.
Wow. That's impressive.
I did. Yes.
That's impressive.
Well, she's not old enough to be ridden yet. So she's only about 1.5 years old. So it's just all groundwork. Nothing on her. Yeah.
So where'd they bring this animal from?
So mine's from Nevada. They're all kind of from that general area.
Montana, they have a lot of.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. You gonna keep him?
Yes,
What's his name?
Allie.
Allie?
Yeah.
Takes a lot of time and dedication for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go wrangle cattle from their dad's
Yeah.
ranch. Awesome.
Any other questions you have for him?
So we have 9 4-H clubs in the county, 116 families that are enrolled in 4-H, 265 youth, and Clover Buds, 19 of them.
So Clover Buds are not official members. They can't do any competitive participation. They can bring an exhibit to the fair. They can go to the meetings and do activities, but they're supposed to leave them during the meeting and do, because at that age, they really don't get a lot out of the meeting, the business meeting. So a lot of them are tag along younger brothers and sisters.
Do you call it parliamentary procedure or do you call it Robert's Rules of Order?
Parliamentary procedure.
I missed the whole thing. What? One of you.
Parliamentary procedure.
You do the parliamentary procedure. Right.
I think the FFA does that in school too, don't they?
Yeah.
Teach that. I know,
So-
we're trying for our teacher.
My advisor come to my house, well, the advisor come to my house last week and told me I needed to brush up on my parliamentary procedure skills because we're not doing it right.
So a couple of you mentioned beef. Anybody have a pig? Oh, we got a couple guys that pigs, yeah, great.
What about the rabbits? My kids like the rabbits. Have they got the rabbits in here?
That's where you ask Ross.
Yeah.
No. They got- no.
He's got 30 of them he can set you up with.
I'm good.
So Monica, you want to talk to him about what you guys are thinking about maybe doing?
A Gaga pit? Okay, so one of our major attractions at a lot of the camps we do is called Gaga Ball. And it's pretty much either a hexagon or octagon wooden or like just a barrier. And then you have a ball and you're gonna throw it at other people. It can all hit your hands. If it hits you from the knee down, then you're out. And it's like a very big thing in 4-H, and like we all love it. So we were thinking about getting a Gaga pit put up by the community building, and they'll be like there year round for everybody to play.
Like a big sand pit in a way, or?
It could be sand, it could be dirt. We've seen them on dirt, concrete, just pretty much wherever.
Doesn't say, you want to show them a picture?
How big is this?
The one we have a picture of is huge. But
So what kind of ball do you use?
like
Like a
ball.
Just a 4-square ball.
That's not
Yeah.
huge. That's
You can palm it, it's a big one. You
40,
can,
50 foot across probably.
It kind of depends on what's available. You can pretty much use any.
oh yeah, I've seen those in the city. Mm-hmm. The grandsons, they got a Gaga.
So a modification of
Oh, sorry,
dodgeball.
Mary Kay, did you see that?
Exactly,
Thank
yes.
you very much.
Yeah, our old dodgeball, but it's smaller condensed.
Smaller.
Only in our day, we were told to aim for the head. You did.
It has blown my mind at 4-H camp, as an example. You know, we have that as an optional activity, and the kids just flock to it. I still don't understand it, but it is a very popular thing.
So if they would go and purchase something like this, would it be okay if they would put it up by the community building someplace so that the community could use it? Probably the ball we wouldn't leave there. People would have to bring their own balls.
Where are you thinking about putting it? I don't have a problem with it, but I want to know where it's going before we put it up
Right.
to make sure that it's okay with like Troy and everybody else that has to.
Be permanent, you're
Yeah.
thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
get a map and just draw it on there where you want it and present it to us, and then we can discuss it with other people, I don't see it to be a problem.
Okay. The kids that are the 4-Hers thought that it would be something fun that, anybody could use it anytime. And like Ross said, at camp, if the kids are not having to be eating in their cabins or whatever, now they have 2 pits and those kids are playing it 24/7. They just love it. And it's all ages.
Any kind of surface you mentioned, so.
What's your
Grass would be nice, but that turns to mud too.
The ones at 4-H camp, there's one on the concrete, and then there's one, it used to be grass, but now it's a dirt pit.
Got stomped down a little bit.
You got a preference?
I like the dirt better, because
You like the dirt better than
if
the
you trip
concrete?
and fall, it doesn't hurt you as bad.
They don't bleed quite as bad.
Yeah.
Oh, scraps.
That'd be like grass.
What is that, like a 12-foot diameter? It'd be bigger than that.
Quite bigger than that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think either, I mean, that's the thing about Troy, if you had 200 spread or something, grass, you probably can't get in there and mow it.
A lot of them use that composite.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and so they're heavy. You don't move them.
And then it'll blow away, and,
No.
yeah. Well, yeah, talk to us. We'll, one of those things, if it's there, I bet you'd go by and more times than not, there's people in it.
Yes.
Probably especially on the fair, you have like a little tournament going on. Who's the best 4-H club, huh?
Part of their job as an ambassador is to promote 4-H. And so they thought that this would be something that they can use, everybody can use, and it's brought to you by the 4-H.
Gary said he's gonna be the first one in the pit.
Well, you don't want to play with these kids all morning.
Yeah. But I've seen it done, and I don't know the rules. All I know is you see kids piling in over the fence, in and out all the time, and they just love it.
Yes, big deal, big deal. So can you guys tell them why we're here today? Anything?
Get out of school, that's when I got the map. Other than those, it was very out of school.
So National 4-H Week is the 3rd through the 9th. It's next
October
week.
3rd through 9th.
Yep.
One month, yep.
And so we're here to ask you to declare National 4-H Week, right? Right, Bruce?
So entertain a motion to declare October 3rd through, I forgot already, 9th as National 4-H Week.
Make a motion to declare October 3rd to 9th as National 4-H Week.
Second.
Further discussion? How many in this room as 4-H members, have any of you ever been to Washington DC? Oh boy, looky there, there's, okay,
Nice. With 4-H.
with 4-H, right? Did you go with a group, Deb, or who'd you go?
I went,
Touring company?
no, I went through, the state of 4-H has a program that they do.
Yeah, gotta worry about that.
Washington, Citizenship Washington Focus. And I went when I was a junior. That's the first time I ever borrowed money, was to go.
Junior as in high school?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay.
And then I went back as a chaperone. So, great experience.
Did you climb the top of the Capitol? No?
Well, we didn't get to go all the way to the top, so, but we spent a lot of time at the Capitol. When I went the first time, I got to meet with Bob Dole, and we had a
Did you?
great conversation, and great.
When you went, did you get to go to your representative or senator's office or anything like that?
No, so we went and we got a look inside of like the Congress building and stuff. But we went for about a week and we went with a group of, so I would have been a 7th grader and I would have gone with 8th graders. 8th graders and 7th graders went, and we went up there and we stayed up there for 5 days.
Great. Mount Vernon, you went to Mount
Yeah,
Vernon?
that was
Did you go to the top of the Washington Memorial?
We did not know.
Well, it's someplace, Deb, I think you would agree that every American at some point in time should
Needs
go
to
to
go.
Washington DC.
Yes, it's very well worth it. Very well worth it.
Okay, we got a motion with support to proclaim the 3rd through the 9th of October National 4-H Week. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Madam Secretary.
You guys want to sign that? I'll get them a copy of that.
We could drag it out even further if we take them to jail or something.
Yes,
Well, I
but
think
we
that's
do
always
have
part
to,
of this deal. That takes a while too.
But I think Dylan wants to do that in jail.
Then we make sure they would, miss school all day.
Congratulations.
Well.
You got to that.
Thank you.
we would like to get a group picture with you guys.
Sure. Okay.
If you guys want to go and just stand behind them, I
You
guess.
do that, you got all whatever you guys want to do.
Last year, we had to wear our mask. And nice that we don't have to this year. Yeah.
To tell you the real truth.
We may have to have 2 lines. So short ones, for Carly, Susanna,
I'm Katie.
or Katie,
Have to forgive me.
Isabel. I am. You guys move forward, kind of stand between shoulders. Here, Dane, why don't you scoot up and have them scoot up a little bit. There we
I'm
go.
surprised you can say short. It's, what's the correct terminology? Vertically challenged.
Challenge, yeah. Alrighty.
And you've dealt with it, haven't you?
Addie and Chloe, you need to make sure that you tell them what you brought them. We want them to be sweet, right?
I brought snickerdoodles in the container. And I brought my
That's enough for me. I don't know what these guys are gonna eat.
Bring it on, Gary.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
you.
appreciate that.
We appreciate everything you guys do for 4-H. We truly do. It's a great program.
What's your guys' favorite? Sticks out.
Well, I think my biggest one is public speaking. So like when I was younger, starting out in 4-H, we have 4-H days, and it's where we go out and do like pretty much public speaking events. And so you start off with like show and tell, and Mom would have to drag me in there and sit me in front of the judge, and I would sob the entire time. Like, that's what I brought you. I can't tell you about it. But and like doing that throughout the years, I've been able to public speak a lot better. And I actually, with the help of 4-H, I won state forensics this past year in public speaking. So public speaking is a major one for me.
That's an important skill to have.
What
No
about
matter
my-
what you go into.
what about my homeschoolers? One right there, who's the other one? Yeah, there's the other one.
I think the leadership. I was president this past year, and I learned a lot about leading a group of people.
I'm picking on you. I have three of my kids.
Probably more citizenship. I generally do more in the leadership role, so having to help more in my community.
I won't pick on you. You're giving me the eye like on
He was one of those that wouldn't talk, and his mom would pull him in and say, "You gotta say something."
She took mine.
Oh.
Right, she went, I was about to say public speaking.
We had an old pastor that always said he was in the service and he said, I was absolutely terrified to get up in front of my wife and speak. I was terrified of that. So I did what every red-blooded American did. I became a pastor. And spent my life in front of people speaking. He got over it. And of course, he was attributed that to you know who, but
I think the leadership, these kids really do a great job of leadership too. So what do you guys want to say, how you get picked to be an ambassador? You don't just, it just doesn't come in fall in your lap.
You have to apply and then you go through like an actual interview process to get selected.
Is it pretty nerve-wracking?
I think I was more nervous my first year because I didn't know what to expect. The young ones maybe. They had it easy. So the younger ones, the people who have interview them are previous ambassadors. But when like my first year when I had an interview to be ambassador, it was like adults from the community. So like I didn't know who was gonna walk into the room and see. And like these guys, they grew up with these kids as their leaders. So I think they had it easier.
This year we did go.
Yeah.
We had, let's see, Cheyenne Roki,
Madeline
Rogers, Courtney Plattner, and Peyton Strong.
So there's no Sabetha kids in here, is there? And there was, just like I recognize.
We have
Strong's and
two, but
I see.
Davis Roki and Luke Rainier, but they're in school.
I see.
So,
That's cool.
yeah, they didn't skip school today.
Tight ship over there.
Yeah, well, you guys aren't supposed to be gone all day here.
You guys are the ones that keeps asking questions.
I tell them I try to drag it out as long as possible.
Deb's buying the pizza, right?
Oh, yeah. My good looks, right?
Well, thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Guys,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Keep up the good work.
Yep, we're back to coming in after a while. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Nice to meet
Have a
you.
good day.
Thank
Good day.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep, thanks for coming in. John,
Thank you.
John.
Are we
Yeah,
gonna
thanks.
see, are we gonna see you here in about an hour?
I think so.
Yeah.
And no, we'll just meet up there at the community building, is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you.
Those cookies are getting cold.
They're getting cold, so they said. I don't think they were quite that freshly baked, were they? Although that's good.
So,
Do you know if Diane's coming in today?
As far as I know.
let's see. I started on those. I haven't put one yet. I don't know. What about Brad? See, maybe he's watching on TV until.
Yeah, maybe he's just waiting for the crowd to thin out a little bit.
That costs so much, the legal publication.
Yeah, so I was hoping you made us some lunch.
I guess those were full page deals.
there anybody that paid theirs before the sale?
Yeah, and I missed that. We were in here, and Brad was just finishing up announcements from Mike.
Hi, Brad.
Hello. Hi, Brad.
I'd say sorry I'm late, but I've been watching.
That's what I told them. I bet you were, yeah. So they, there were several properties that got deemed before.
Yes.
So I can remember how many properties we started off with. It was 40-some properties. Then it started with me sending a letter, I think in October, November of last year. When we were starting the process. But in the end, after we filed, there were 10 properties that were deemed. And then at the sale, is there 8 or 9 we ended up selling? 9, I believe. Brought a total of $6,854. So, as it is, I'll work with Janelle on this, but it looks like there will be enough proceeds from the auction and the redemption fees to cover all the publication fees, the abstracting fee, and everything else. So,
And the, I'm afraid that's not
unfortunately,
included.
that's part of the salary, yeah, so, yeah.
So who bought that? It was Lottenberg. I didn't know who was,
It's public, I guess it's public information.
It is, yeah, Dan Stahlbaumer.
I saw him, I figured it was probably him.
But the deed is being made payable to a trust, a Heidegger Trust, who owns the property next door there.
I see. Yeah. Well, I saw Dan and I thought, well, I didn't know.
Yeah. So that was the one that obviously brought the most money, which was not unanticipated. It sold for $5,000.
Yeah.
But the appraisal on it was, from Betty, was $42,000.
Like the ones in Centralia, did the city buy them or?
City bought a lot of those, yeah.
You said there
For
was
like
like
$3 for 3 tracks.
$3.
It was primarily, there was one piece of property in Samantha, one in Bern. I think everything else was seed off or Centralia.
I didn't look down, I don't know if they had houses on them or anything.
I don't know.
But one there in Sabetha, the 7, the Scarlet House used to be Scarlet's, Darren Allen's.
Yeah, just over the railroad tracks on 9th Street.
No, not that one.
No.
One be block north of the creamery.
Yeah, that one wasn't on sale. The only one that sold, but you probably, are you thinking of Mosier House?
No.
Okay.
That one the bank bought, you said.
That one the bank redeemed. The only one that sold, I think, was down there near the middle.
326 North 9.
North 9, yeah.
Maybe that one. Maybe.
And that was purchased by an individual who's across the street, who's been maintaining the property. Mowing it, although I haven't checked, but I'm guessing that property no longer exists. The home, the city using the property, the city already started the process of demolishing the home and the property to be condemned. So, yes, everything went well, so we got right on everything else. So after the sale, I then have to prepare a sheriff's return, which details everything sold, for how much and to whom, and then the sheriff signs that. And so that was filed, and I filed a motion to confirm the sale. And in order to confirm the sale, the judge has already signed that. So Deanne has prepared the deeds, the sheriff's deeds to the property. So the next step would be to file those deeds with the register of deeds. And after that, then I prepare an order distributing funds, and then from the proceeds, Mark Fisher gets paid for being the attorney for any military, anybody in the military, anybody who may have the guardianship. And so he gets paid, I don't get paid. I think all he does is just authorize the
Just
signature.
in a roundabout sort of way.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless you're working for free now, nobody sent me that memo.
Exactly, yeah, well.
Oops.
Yeah. And then, so then all's left, then there's, and that's it. And the rest of the money goes to Janelle to distribute recipients as well. We're almost done, so this is quick. The sale was actually, the petition was filed March 30th. So that's a really quick turnaround for a tax sale. There have been some that have taken a couple of years.
The total delinquent taxes, do you know that number? You wouldn't know that, you'd have to figure that out.
I bet Janelle knows.
Huh?
I bet Janelle knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 9 properties that sold, yeah. So what do you got for me? Get all those measurements done on the roads in the townships? No, not yet.
Harvest.
Okay,
Give me a line.
okay.
I'll take it.
I had something I was gonna talk to you about. With individuals being in quarantine.
Okay.
From the exact state statute, but maybe if you'll research it, but it looks like a couple individuals request food assistance. It sounds like the county's responsible for that and wages lost during that time period of quarantine.
Wages lost.
That's what I was reading it.
I've got the counties.
Because we're the one putting them in quarantine and issuing the order. Just like if they're in jail, the way I was reading it. I don't know if you want to follow up on that, check that out, and just make sure, because like there was 2 individuals that were requesting it, so. I know that 30th of September, employers for COVID-19, that ends on reimbursements for the feds payment.
Okay.
If they get quarantined, so. whenever they get it,
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make sure that that can be a budget breaker in a hurry.
Yes.
Because some of them individuals can be there for 24 days, so not just 10.
Yeah.
Okay, that could be like 5, 6, 30. I just want to make sure, because I know if they're, basically they're like in our, basically, well, basically they're like in our custody. Jail. There you go.
Yes, they are. Take it.
I will be
Fill
on
your
those
pockets.
ones, yes.
Fill your pockets.
Yeah, if you want to follow on that.
Yep, I'll check it
So we did an interview for that health officer position a week ago.
Okay.
And we named that individual before we did the interview behind the closed door.
Okay.
Is that proper?
I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah. Okay. I just,
We didn't name them, but put that camera on and show them. I mean,
Yeah, they're pretty new.
well,
Yeah.
it's in the minutes.
Okay, let's put it this way, the Kansas Open Meetings Act, it tells you when you can go into executive session, but you're never required to go into executive session. That's always, it's an option under the circumstances allowed by COMA, but it's never a requirement where you have to go to executive session.
Right.
It's certainly appropriate a lot of times, but.
yes, I don't think you want us interviewing you right here.
Yeah, and so, I mean, yeah, you can interview employees right here if you want, but generally
But if they
speaking.
do go into executive session, then it's proper for me to say who is involved in that executive session.
Yes.
Who's gonna be in there?
That's where I think. I
We need
saw
to list
that in
who's
the
gonna be
minutes,
in
I
it.
think.
Exactly.
Who was
You name-
present.
You name who you want present. I mean, when the motion is made to go to executive session, you designate who you want present during that executive session, so. Correct, so that's the meeting part.
Okay, what else?
Should I ask this question? Because it came up last week. If we're in executive session, we make a phone call, do we need to note that we did that?
I think you need to note that.
We're supposed to note that before we went in.
Generally speaking, once again, it's somebody who participated in the executive session, and that should probably be noted.
It was noted in the minutes.
Okay.
We probably didn't go through the process
Yeah,
of
that's,
going on, making the motion with.
yeah, as long as you're making it known in the minutes, that's fine.
So just being transparent, then we,
Yeah.
if we want to have a phone conversation while we're in executive session regarding employment, I mean,
Yeah.
it's allowable.
Just keep in mind, this is not required. Yeah, we know. I mean, that was something we did back in the days when our courthouse was closed and we weren't allowing people in these meetings.
And at that time, it was required.
It was required because we had
We
to
were
make the
still
meetings
holding
public. So,
meetings.
yes, it was a public meeting. We had to involve the public somehow. And I think the public generally likes it from what I've heard. It's just a way to promote openness and transparency. But if you, for some reason you don't say something on camera, I mean, as long as you're being open about it and it's in the minutes.
Mhm.
If we record them, do we have to release them?
Record it.
If we record all our meetings, can we keep them for our own use and not release them to the public? How does that work?
We probably could, but it's gonna be a public document. If somebody wants a copy of the recording. That's something you can do.
Do that for me.
Yeah.
Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's gonna be under court.
Right.
So the representative, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
You know, they're like bugging the courthouse.
No, it's just.
Because the previous president did that, it didn't go so well.
Yeah, I think they booted old chicken wing out of there.
Yeah, that's probably well before you two were born.
Good old Nixon.
Okay, the old Nixon, I remember that. I remember going to a Nixon rally. I guess it was a Republican thing, and I was hoping Nixon was gonna be there. I was 7.
Man, you was involved in politics early, wasn't you?
I really was. He was running as George McGovern. Asked my dad if George McGovern was gonna be there, so I wanted to punch him in the face. I'm not gagging my dad anymore.
I saw Nixon as a freshman at K-State, in the Aaron Fieldhouse. And I just remember talking to my dad, I said, I don't particularly like him, because I don't care if you don't like him, he's president of the United States. You sit there and you listen to him.
That's right. That's what it used to be.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Unfortunately, not anymore.
Yeah, I don't think he liked him particularly either, but, he's president of the United States.
Yeah. My dad knew George McGovern. He still believed in Richard Nixon. My dad actually delivered groceries to George McGovern. My dad worked for a grocery store.
Is that right? How about that?
Yeah.
Must not have tipped well.
Pardon me?
He must not have tipped well.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just the politics of George McGovern. George McGovern nominated my dad to West Point. So.
Did he? Yeah. Got that endorsement? Yeah.
But he still voted for Nixon, as did almost the entire country.
Yeah.
It was a real close election. I had a lot of people wanted to punch George McGovern in the face.
You weren't the only one on that panel.
I wasn't the only one there, yeah. Yeah.
He was kind of out there in those days.
Yeah, yeah, he would be considered a moderate Democrat.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Well, something about the camera there, we saw newly released footage of the January 6th in the nation's capital there.
Yeah.
People were walking around like they were living in a museum.
Yeah, it was, there's different videos there. There's some stuff, most of the stuff that was outside the White House is where you'd see some people acting like idiots. The stuff in the Capitol, et cetera, and that's outside the Capitol, inside the Capitol, you're right, it was just, I mean, people just walking around, here we go, a lot of flags, a lot of people taking, much like you tour the Capitol. We actually took a tour of the Capitol, ended up some places we shouldn't be. We have a brand new intern, and our representative's office, who gave us a tour, and we kind of got lost a couple times, ended up in some places we probably shouldn't have been. It's got fun out here.
Is that this year?
You didn't go to the top, did you?
That would have been
How much did you
5
slip?
years ago. That was,
I love you was on the tour that day.
no, we were not touring that day, no.
You didn't go to the top, I'm
We did not,
sure.
we did not take the, we had a ticket to get into our.
The uninvited tour.
The uninvited tour, yeah, we were not a part of that.
You didn't go to the top, I'm sure, clear to the top.
To the dome, no, we did not.
Yeah. We were there, well, that was a county thing.
Oh, that's right.
Unless they got a Facebook thing from some kid in Axel was there for an internship and says, hey, I got a couple extra tickets to the top, you guys want to go?
Oh.
And we said, absolutely.
Yeah.
I still got a blister on my foot because I
intro steps.
Yeah.
That was fun. All the way around there, you could see.
Yeah.
There's no better view than from right there, Washington Monument.
Oh,
Everything, yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, Washington's great. Have you two visited DC?
When I was, gosh, I was 9 years old.
9 years ago.
You wasn't there?
No.
It's really a place I wish every American would go to.
That's what we just had
I
the 4-H
remember, I can
kids,
never, something I will never forget is the Holocaust.
Well, that was,
That
when
is
you were
history.
9, I was there, yeah.
I remember the tires of leather shoes. I can remember
The shoes.
they had the TV monitors that were high. I remember looking up and seeing the medical experiments on the wars. Something I'll never forget.
Yeah.
So
Brad, I lied, I do have one other thing. Nancy Gafford brought to my attention that there are 3 members on the planning commission whose term will expire at the end of this month
Okay,
and need to be either replaced or reappointed.
okay.
So is there a resolution that needs to be drafted for them to do that, or how do they, or does it just need to go in the minutes?
I think you should go to the minutes. I don't think you need a formal resolution appointing.
In our minutes?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're the ones who controls on that board. So
Okay.
you need to reappoint those members to a new 3-year term or appoint somebody else.
Thank you. For who, this is from Nancy.
Nancy Gafford.
Yeah, okay.
any more time? Well, I guess in our minutes, Mary Kay, you can put that I will reappoint when that's happened for a 3-year term.
You move to appoint, we'll need a motion second, we'll need to actually
Right.
go through that.
Yeah.
Lynette
That's your
Strawman,
district.
is that right?
She's the only one.
Yeah, well, she's only one up.
Yeah,
The other
okay.
ones are-
I think there's just one from each of your districts.
So then, she was a 1-year term. They automatically go to 3 then.
Yeah, I'm going to 3, so I'm going to appoint her for a 3-year term.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I guess I'll make a motion to appoint Lynette Stratton on the planning commission for a 3-year term to expire September 30th, 2024.
Second?
Further discussion? All in favor, aye. Aye, pose same sign.
Motion carried. Okay.
You know who- or whose terms are expiring in your district?
Yeah, I need to move to nominate Andrew Grove to, let's see. So,
We have to make a motion, these guys approve it since it's our 3, in our district. Can't we do what we want?
No, it's appointed by all 3.
Okay, so we just each get 3.
It's so it's set up
Okay.
to show equal representation of each of you.
Okay.
Yeah, so you would move to appoint Andrew Go to serve a 3-year term on the planning commission.
Well, he's not a 3-year though, is he?
he is
He's filling in.
actually filling in the unexpired term
Okay.
of Nick Montgomery, who filled the unexpired term of Steve Aberlin. So, still nonetheless,
So he's filling, you can move to appoint him and then, you're gonna move next.
You need to do 2.
I guess I need to do 2.
And he's gonna fill the unexpired term of, what was his name?
Nick Montgomery,
Montgomery.
move to appoint him then to,
And do you know when that term
Should
is?
be in 22 or 20.
Should say on that resolution behind.
well, I don't think
Behind
it does.
It's in there.
Yeah,
Oh, I see. Okay,
So
so,
who, that position right there, right? 2022.
These are really good.
so Steve,
I'm a lot.
right, he has a 2-year term. Okay, that's where I was confused. I was thinking, okay. Move to approve Andrew Grove to fill the unexpired term.
And I just said of Nick Montgomery, I would go
Yes,
back
that,
to,
and that would be correct.
then I
You
put
did.
that will expire September 30th, 2022.
Okay. Andrew Grove for a 3-year term. Entertain.
Well, it's not a 3-year
select-
term, it's just until the end of 2022.
September.
Okay, you're right, I still don't have it correct. So for a year, yeah, till September 30th of 2022.
Right.
Okay.
You make a motion?
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Then I would like to move to appoint Galen Ackerman to fill a 3-year term.
He was on a 1-year term previously.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it'll be September 30th, 2024.
Where is Galen? Oh, there it is. His is expiring, it's moved to 3 years. Okay. So where am I at? I made the motion to approve Galen. Entertain a second.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Let's see, then we've got one more.
I move to appoint Brent Alverson, or whatever, till.
For a 3-year term.
And
He's
replacing
up
Austin,
in 21, yeah. So he'd be a 3-year term also.
replacing Austin Peak,
Okay.
Brent Alverson.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You got that, Mary Kay?
Is prepared.
For a 3-year term, he's just replacing somebody that's finishing a 1-year term. Got it.
Right. So I'll second that motion. And further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That should do it.
I think I got it.
We probably ought to get those,
Good job, guys.
get that to Nancy, because I think they meet tonight. Is that not correct? I think both of my guys are planning to attend.
I don't know if mine will.
Okay.
It's kind of a short notice too, so I don't know if
Yeah.
I'll make it.
Right,
I'll
okay.
get it
Is yours
to-
know you just avoided it?
He does.
Okay, they're good.
I didn't go and make that.
Yeah, that's good.
By the way.
I can't get that done sitting on a
You
combine.
watch YouTube, it's like, what?
I can't measure your roads in a combine.
He did ask me that, and he did fail to say, oh, by the way, there's a meeting tonight.
Yeah. Is that a 7?
Well, actually, technically, their first one won't be until October.
Exactly. So
That's
That's
true.
true.
That's true.
That is
Except
true.
except for your
Except for
your Andrew Grove.
Right.
And he'll be there.
Okay. Thank you for taking care of that, Mary Kay.
Yes,
I think she sent me that
you did that as well.
email and I think I ignored it.
When did they reelect their?
Oh, probably in October's meeting, I suspect, when they have the meeting.
I think they reorganize probably at that meeting.
Yeah, the October meeting.
Michael will chair tonight. You know.
Very good. And anything come back yet on the planning commission?
And I let Nancy know that in this correspondence.
And they have till Thursday.
Close of business for me on Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we might have to make some phone calls on first of October.
Okay,
Is
anything
that
else?
what you would do, Brad?
What's that?
First of October, make some phone calls for the planning commission, for the company to.
I think, yeah, once you've got your new planning commission in place as of October 1st, you can do that. So,
Well, the company's up to the 30th.
See, we already sent out
Okay.
RFPs.
well,
Yeah, it was
it's coming to
really
the
clear.
So,
Yeah, I'd
do we just
say-
start making phone calls?
So we're
What's
gonna
that?
respond.
We haven't had anybody yet,
Yeah, you start recruiting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
but they have till the 30th, they have a few more days.
Yeah,
That should allow us to go.
absolutely, yeah. Give everybody an opportunity.
Well, where do we go?
Let's start with the past ones that can't move forward to begin with. I don't know, I just wonder if all the shuffle of everything that goes on and they
Right.
they didn't get dropped. Or, you know, somebody was supposed to be at work that day that had to come on sick.
But you're right, those who showed enough interest to actually come to the board the first time.
And I know they were sent the RFP.
Right, they were
Like you said,
notified.
there was some
Yeah.
reason they didn't.
Well, maybe it'll be a moot point. We'll get several in this.
So get it in, yeah.
We hope.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Knocking for like.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, what else?
All right.
I think this time.
You might let him know, and give him a quick call.
And that's the meeting tonight, he wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, he has been appointed, so, and he, yeah, this short notice. But
Tonight,
again,
he'd just be observing tonight.
right,
Yeah,
that's true.
participate.
Yeah.
You can't vote.
And that's at 7, right? 7:30, 7.
Gosh, I don't know.
6, it's at 6,
6, yeah.
6 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
Turn you loose, Brad. Who brought these?
4-H.
4-H,
She
yeah.
did a wonderful job. Man, these are like really good.
They, yeah.
You gotta watch out.
What's that?
Dylan says they're mad at me because I didn't buy their cookies at the.
You're our taste tester. We're gonna wait half an hour just to make sure if we hear a
They're
thud.
so good you could tell me they're poison, I still do
I
that.
still eat them.
Absolutely. Thought I used to tell Dennis Henry, the worst cookie I ever had was pretty good.
Oh, these are really good, these are special. Absolutely. All right,
All right,
see you
thanks,
later.
Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
So.
I would,
Is Diane out here? There she is. I saw a couple bodies go by, but
Last group before lunch, right?
Yeah, you're between us and lunch, so we'll.
yeah, there you go.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Shay.
No, you're fine.
You can't leave without eating a
I know
couple
that.
cookies. There, you, nobody in the history of
We wanted
mankind has
numbers.
ever
Are you
walked
ready?
by
Some
one
numbers?
without,
Okay.
we need to hire our weekly baker.
yeah.
Yeah, right here, Mary Kay. So here is, this is a report I do every month. But why I gave you this one in particular, because this is June 30th fiscal, this is the whole transportation year. If you see the right column, this is what we spent for the year in transportation.
And that's what you're calling 2021 year?
That's 2021.
2020, 2021.
Yes, because we're now in the 2022 fiscal year. You will see on line item 24 and 22 local match. For 2021 fiscal year, we did not spend a dime of county grant match.
Okay.
You go, and it breaks it down, which you can see we've done for each, between drivers, fuel, maintenance, so that's all broke out for you. The next report, if you go to the next page, you will see the admin, that's Marie and I's transportation salaries, any office supplies, copies, postage, and other items. And you'll see there that, again, that local match was 0%. And so that is kind of what 2021 looked for transportation. Now, if you go to the next page, this is the fiscal transportation breakdown, what we've done in medical trips. And I even did last year.
Prior year.
Prior year, right. And, oh, no, well, that's, yeah, that's just, but you'll see, we're pretty consistent between medical work, education, if you look at the percentages. The only one that has kind of gone down because of COVID and what have you, because we are doing more meal deliveries, is shopping and nutrition because of COVID. So, but pretty consistent from last year.
So wait a minute, excuse me, those are
Sure.
miles driven?
Well, in the total under here, under revenue, miles driven, that is how many miles total for the year.
These
revenue
numbers here, medical, those are
Yeah.
all miles.
Well, no, the first ones are trips. The first ones are trips.
First was
So
trips, the
July
second one
medical,
miles.
four hundred and
So
sixty-one
this
trips.
section here, through the total line, is the trips and the breakdowns, okay?
How many
Right.
trips?
1,280 trips for a grand total of 12,593 miles. Right, so roughly a little over
Right.
10 miles a trip on in July, which is what your average trip was mileage per trip.
Right?
But in the top one, it's the same way, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
that's your trips and that's the miles.
No. So
I'm lost.
it's okay. I simplified it this year, guys, because it was so instead of breaking out Seneca and Sabetha, I made it easier. This is Seneca and Sabetha's combined. So this is trip. So we did
In July, there were
41
461 trips.
for medical.
For medical, yeah.
Work, we had 528 work ones. Education one,
Okay.
290 shopping nutrition for a total of 1280 trips. And we did 12,593 miles, and the hours were expended at 498.41. That is July in the month. Do you want to share some of your stuff? And then, are there any questions about this that I can help?
So, just to help me understand.
Sure.
Medical, you're bringing people to the hospital.
Right.
Work, you bring people to work,
Yes.
okay? Education, we're bringing people to school.
School.
And then shopping, nutrition is
Shopping and nutrition.
grocery store.
That's kind of our other column,
Right.
but we kind of earmark it because we do compare. They're mostly going to shopping and
Those are
nutrition.
in-town trips.
Yes, those are, yeah.
So how do you reimburse for the education one? Is that,
In the
I mean, do you
past,
charge the person riding or do you get it, is that reimbursed through?
they pay $1.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
it's reimbursed through the state?
No, mostly through the parents. Now, occasionally, we've had some ESL, English, second language students that there had been an agency in the past, right, Marie? That has paid. It's been a year or two.
Summer school.
Yeah.
So you don't get any reimbursement for rides given? I mean,
Just the normal.
Not above and beyond.
not from any outside,
No,
okay.
no. It's pretty much,
And the
Local-
work is the same way, when you bring somebody to work, they're paying for that trip?
Yeah.
there's
We have one
in
or two companies that pay for their trips.
Okay.
companies.
Yeah,
that help.
agencies.
People that can't obtain a
Right.
license or,
So we do a monthly invoice to those
gotcha.
two agencies.
How many total drivers do you have now?
We have 11 drivers. 2 of them are out right now for medical leave.
How many full-time and part-time?
Okay.
Like 2, 3 full-time drivers.
Four. Oh, drivers, yes.
Drivers, Tom and Don,
That's Jonathan.
full-time.
Are you out driving most of the time? or just-
Occasionally.
if
I'm
you-
kind of the bottom of the list.
You fill in when somebody
Yeah,
else is doing it.
Yeah.
You're the
And we're-
backup to the backup. Okay.
So really, truly, only 2 full-time drivers, because you're not a full-time driver.
Okay.
I classified that.
So then you've got
So
8 part-time. then.
8 part-time, right.
One in Sabetha, Tom typically does it all.
Right, well, we have Carol that
And then-
sometimes helps, and,
A
We-
sub
and our,
2 relief drivers and stuff.
right, Tam Whip,
Tim, I saw her in there the other day and I didn't even know
she
she was
helps
still working for
very,
you.
very rarely,
Yeah.
but it's been a godsend right now while Tom's out. And so she'll help on days that Carol's either running, during the day. Has she helped in the afternoon at all, or mostly it's been all day?
Especially all day.
Just mostly all day to get him a break.
5 days straight.
How many employees do we have, drivers during the day on a normal scheduled day?
3,
That are on shift, you know? at the same
2
time?
in town and 1 in, you think 2
One
out
in
of town?
Sabetha.
2
One
in
in
town?
Sabetha and 3 here.
Think we have 2 out of town? Oh, yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
we do.
2 out of towns and then 2 are in town people.
So typically, we have 4 vehicles on.
Right, right.
in that time period.
Yeah.
Since we were talking about this morning, all your drivers got CDLs, don't they? Are they tested under the county? Are they on that drug and alcohol?
We have a random.
Is it through the county though, or is
No,
that?
it's the
Yeah.
state.
Counties.
Okay.
It's a
You're in the
federal,
pool.
yeah.
I figured they was, but I didn't know if it was through the county or if it
Yeah,
was
and
something.
every month we get a
Are
request
we-
for.
Is the insurance company doing audits on our drivers every periodically on their driving record?
We do that too.
You do that, you do
We
that.
do that too.
drivers.
Yeah, we do background, we do, yeah.
Whatever, part of that.
Motor vehicle.
I think sex offender.
There you go, that's what
Those
it
that
is.
regenerate safety.
Do we do any kind of training on that?
We do. Every other year, they have to have drug and alcohol training through TMHC. That is completely supported through KDOT 100%. You do not have to pay for those classes. And some of the logistic care wise we do, but through TMHC, we don't have to pay for the testing or for the classes.
So you probably have somebody that's a KDOT that does that random test.
Yes.
It's not that lady.
No.
Here,
It's somebody different than ours.
it's not TMHC, where it's comp one,
Comp one, and, we can call them in an accident situation. Sometimes they'll come up. Otherwise, we do also work with both hospitals. They, know which panels to screen for and who to bill. So we've got kind of a contract book with the Center of Special Hospitals also. Because occasionally you just can't get somebody up here if you had an accident or something, so. So other than that, we would love to kind of show you a little bit of, we had a surprise last week.
just a little
Share.
history here for the newbies. In 2016, at our annual KDOT meeting, we got Transit Service of the Year award at our Kansas State Conference. And then in
Congratulations.
And we just got it again this year.
All right.
Yeah.
So we don't have
told
the
at our
official one
St.
yet.
Louis meeting.
But for 2021, that's pretty exciting. Just
Coming in the mail.
Signed that.
This is Bob Nugget. I don't know who the chair is this year, but pretty exciting. So, and then
And then in 17-18, we got from FTA, the Award of Excellence for Region 7 for the increase in ridership.
so pretty
So-
exciting.
We're gonna hang them up then.
And we had them in our office.
Our file cabinets, but now we're getting more. We're gonna have to put them on our walls. But a lot of why we've been getting this is Maureen and I had this idea a couple of years ago, how to make our reporting more efficient so that we're not paying drivers an hour, 2 hours at night to do their reports. So why we developed this system is so that when they're waiting for Miss Betty at the grocery store, they can start filling out those reports, so we're not paying somebody at the end of the day. And so KDOT has loved it. I think there's like 28 agencies now using the system that my son, Adam Health, he's a K-State graduate. And so, yeah, we'll show them that.
I don't know what you guys were doing when I first came on, paper everything.
Everything's
And then we got onto Google Calendar, and now we use Google Calendar. This is on the iPad or on your phone, and it gives the drivers exactly who they're to pick up every 10 or 15 minutes, and they're color coded for different schedules. Yes, so they have
Very
a
good.
schedule.
They were charging people $5,000 for the system, and I said, no, Marie, we can develop it, didn't we?
So we are using Google Calendar. It's every 10 minutes in Seneca that could be a pickup and then a return. And then in Sabatha, it's every 15, because it takes a little bit longer to get around there. And then also on here, we had all these forms from KDOT. The drivers have to come back and paper and pencil those forms. And so we went on to Excel, SharePoint.
Which is so nice.
Microsoft 365.
Because we were having issues with not knowing if this was an 8 or a 7, because the guys write, this, first off, I have no calculation errors, so I know that those numbers are correct in there, unless they had entered it wrong. But we also have, we love that it,
So just on Excel, we took those forms and put them into Excel, and now the drivers can go to their iPads and fill them in when they're sitting between rides. But there's all kinds of forms that we have to fill out, how long you've been driving and not driving, the fuel documents when you put gas in the vehicles, and the mileage, and then also, according to this, every person that rides whether they were elderly or, what's the breakdown again?
Elderly,
General public.
general public, or ambulatory
wheelchair.
or non-ambulatory.
And then we have to also put on there, if they're one of those, then they're one of these, which is where they went, whether it was work, education.
Is where we get
groceries,
these
or-
totals from.
Right.
So they have a lot of documents that we took from paper to this, and this program is what got us those
Because
certificates.
it's still, people are still calling
Yeah,
us, and
calls
we're
and-
training more people how to do the system, because
You should charge them $5,000.
that's.
We thought of
should.
that.
Well, we're just really proud of it. It makes our record keeping a lot more effective.
So a lot of the rural, transit agencies are now using Google and Excel.
So we have been to KDOT 4 years ago, right after we got, no, that was in 16, when we got their award, they asked us to present this for the first time. And so since then, we've presented it 3 more times, or no, 2 more times to meetings. So it just makes dispatching very effective. You know where, at any given moment, we know right where our drivers are on Google. So that is just a little bit about us.
With that, I mean, I remember getting, I was thinking it was laptops, but they were iPads, is what we bought. I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, the laptops, the dispatchers use in the office to take the call and put it in there, in those slots.
Can you show them the monthly trip by trip or something where it shows them the amounts of money they received that trip to trip one?
Here's one.
Yeah.
But Tom would have one who just walked by here, by the way.
Did he? Oh, no. No, I didn't see.
Um,
So this makes it really nice because they were handwriting these in and it would take us 2 weeks to get reports done. This, it totals us right here, and then we have a checks and balance here that now, it just makes it very effective.
You're up to date daily.
Yes, yes,
You print all that off and keep it in a,
yeah,
Yeah, well, she has to print it for her reports.
Right. My
monthly
reports. But then we like it because then we can always go back and see what's going on over throughout the whole month, because with Microsoft 360, I can be in a file the same time Tom is in a file.
Or Samantha calls me and says, what's wrong with this program? I can open it up on my computer and say, well, this is,
Mhm.
and fix it for him or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's really nice.
So that's kind of,
so how's the rate work then? If you're in town, it's so many dollars. If you gotta go to Topeka, it's so many dollars.
it's $1 for 3 stops, and one of those stops is the return home. So really, in all actuality, you're getting 2 stops for $1
Local.
locally. So let's say,
So you bring me to work, that's one stop.
right?
So then,
So
When I
we,
take you home, that's the second
that's
stop.
second stop.
but let's
If
say
you wanna take me to lunch,
That's 2 more
That's
stops.
that's 2 more stops.
you'd owe us another quarter.
It's
Okay.
3 and then a
And then you're gonna bring me to the doctor.
Well, that's another quarter.
I'm just.
all in the same day. The next day
Right.
it starts over. We
Okay.
drop you off at
And-
home, it starts over.
And that's within city limits. That $1 is only within city limits. After the fact, if you do need to go to Topeka, it's 40 cents a mile for 1 hour. After that hour is up, then it's $20 every hour additionally on top of that.
The drivers have to wait.
40 cents a mile.
Round trip. So Topeka runs about 60.
But if you're like, you're saying, if your appointment is only an hour, you don't get charged that.
No, just that $60.
So if somebody needs your services, do you got information for this, like a pamphlet I can give them?
Oh, yeah. I'll bring you a flyer next week. I
Well,
think I
no,
might
you don't have
introduce
to
you
do
guys.
that. You don't
So
have
it's
to do
40
that.
cents a mile with a 1-hour appointment. So if they take 2 hours, they're gonna do an extra.
It would be $40.
That's an addition.
No, it would be
Extra
$80.
Yeah.
It's 60 plus another 20 would be 80.
So if you're gonna pick somebody up in Centralia, do you start from when you leave Seneca?
Base, yeah,
Okay.
base, just Centralia,
And then you bring them down to Topeka, and then you bring them back.
because we charge them for the return also.
Okay.
Back to base is how we equate to it.
And we do have an ad that we have to, by KDOT rules, put in the paper every month.
Yeah, I've seen your,
We're about to change it. It's been here the same way for a long time.
But we would like to even do, and KDOT, of course, would help assist with some more marketing, maybe on the radio and stuff, because people still don't know that we're not just the old person bus, so.
You told us that not too long ago. How's 40 cents a mile determined? That's KDOT's.
No, that was kind of what.
It's been 40 for
2 years.
So that sounds cheap. I don't know if you guys are.
Well, I know that the fiscal is 54, but because we're getting grant funding, that's why the majority of people around here are doing around that 40 cents. Because I can charge
I did the
54.
math for her. I think it was around $1.32 a month. But
Right.
since she gets grant funding,
But the grants,
it
they're all
adjusts
state.
your amount that you
They're
get.
state and federal. We get
State
both
and federal.
state and
And the county
FTA.
hasn't been matching them, because you
No,
haven't
zero.
needed it. So you're using state, federal money, not
Right
county.
now.
Okay,
Right.
that's back to my original. Thank you.
Yes,
I
not a
wanna
problem. And this next year, we're gonna have at least 7 months, they said, where we're still not paying anything to run the program. So worst comes to worst, we may have to pay for, our 20% for 5 months.
Gotcha.
We're learning, we don't know what you guys need to know, and so that's kind of where this is kind of like.
Well, we're just thrown into this mess.
I know. I'm used to how it was before, and, I'd give you guys my grants, and occasionally I would give you guys my head counts, and so I'm cool with letting you see these numbers once a month. It's a report that we do every month.
No, I like it.
Okay, well, what I thought about doing, so I'm not boring you every week, is what if I came on the first Monday and the third Monday of the month? Or do you want me to come every week?
You don't need to come every week.
That's not what I was thinking. I'm not that.
Yeah, that's
shy. So first and third, Mary Kay?
How about you just
email?
let me know?
I'm gonna email you.
Ray Kay's like, how am I gonna remember?
How am I gonna remember that?
Well, and
So next week's the first.
we didn't even have to
So next week.
set it up that.
Mary Kay, take me out to 12:30 and I will call you for sure after I get these done. These are due on the 15th.
I think I can
Do the first and
First and
15th,
third,
let's do that.
So I've got you on the first, next Monday, which is the first.
Yeah.
And then, so we can cross you off on the 11th.
Mhm.
And then if I get it this way in October, then I'll know
Yeah,
to carry it forward into.
sounds good.
If you guys have questions or come up with something
Yeah.
during the weeks, just holler at us and we'll bring it to you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Got it.
Okay, I'm still in the monster cookie.
Were you gonna take one? No.
Absolutely. Mr. Laird, I make a motion to recess for lunch for 25 minutes, come back into session at 1:30.
Let's see. Hey, we gotta be out.
We gotta be out there at
Okay.
1:30.
I'm taking one for Michelle.
Okay, good, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Take care.
See ya.
You have to watch and say, where's my cookie?
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Was there a second on that?
Second. All in favor, aye, with a snickerdoodle in my mouth, aye.
Aye.
Meeting's been recessed for 20 minutes until 1:25 for lunch.
Whew.